Good morning. Welcome to Foothills County Council meeting for April 22nd, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order. First up, approval of the agenda. We did have a request for an emergent item today. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Old. Did you have a motion to add an emergent?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm asking for item B12 to be added to the list. And that is the topic of transfer station garbage fee. And I will explain that the particular request is emergent in nature because of the overwhelming response of residents in the last few days since the fee change. And they're expressing their passionate concerns and reiteration of their thankfulness for affordable garbage disposal option, which was previously available to them. So I would kindly ask for council's approval and consideration of adding this item to the agenda, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have that motion to add transfer station garbage fee increase onto our agenda as an emergent item. Anything from anybody? And it does need to be unanimous to be added onto the agenda. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. So it is added under B12. Okay, so now I'd look for a motion to approve the agenda as a whole from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to our round table. Anything for Public Works or those departments in our midst here this morning? Councillor McHugh, did you want to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. Through the chair to Public Works. If we could go to the intersection of 338th Avenue and 128th Street. I think we passed a bylaw to install stop signs there. It's going on quite some time now, 2 or 3 years ago. Anyway, I don't think we ever did get them installed. So just need to check that bylaw was passed and then if appropriate, follow up with the installation of the stop signs. And that's all I had this morning. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll get, you'll check into that and get back. Okay, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and good morning, Foothills County. I have nothing to report for Division 2.
Thank you. Just for myself, Manager Porter, I guess as I drove by the airport this morning, there was a truck out on the berm right next to the west taxiway. Not one of our trucks, but somebody else, tank on the back of the truck and a hose coming off. Are we dealing with gophers out there or what are we doing?
That is correct. Yes, there's gopher control taking place at the airport.
Okay, and we're contracting that out or what are we?
We're contracting it and we are working on it as well. We have such an infestation out there. We're really trying to get it knocked down quickly and then we'll be able to maintain it with our staff and that hopefully next year.
Okay, and what methods are we using?
There's Rosal being utilized by our staff on bait stations, and as well they have bait stations up there with Ramic Green, and they're also utilizing Rocon, which is a mustard product foam that goes down the hole.
Oh, okay. It just looked like a liquid.
That would be the Rocon. It goes in as liquid, and then there's a applicator on the end of the wand that makes it foam. And there's cones that they put in the holes and it goes down the hole and foams up in the hole in the burrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. That was all I had. We'll go to Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, big thanks to all of our departments for last Thursday. And I guess it started on Wednesday, but all of our departments were out helping. And there were so many accidents and so many challenges. I happened to be in the 911 center that day. So I heard about the numerous things that went on and I know you guys were all helping. So just thank you to all the departments and all of your staff on behalf of all the citizens. And then I know you do that and it was previous week, there was another storm, but that was just a really big deal that day. And then just wanted to make our enforcement services aware of vandalism that's taking place at Prentice Creek Estates. So I just got a report on that. And so that was at their mailboxes and other areas within the community association area that we have an agreement with them. So they had somebody who was tearing up the space in there and they damaged some of their things that they build for their community there. And then I also just want to say that I'm pleased that on the same day, on the 20th, I saw a peace officer in the West Country just coming in and doing their work there on Plumbers Road. And then the sheriff presence on Highway 543 as they're on the side of the road doing their work, catching speeders. So it was nice to see them doing and showing their presence in our neighborhoods. So that's all I had to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone, Foothills County. Everything quiet in Division 5. Again, kudos to our public works crews for the work done in the snowstorm. We had one little hiccup in Division 5 and sent the emails out to the appropriate people, and within a couple hours that was fixed, and the resident called me and expressed their thanks. And also I see sweeping started, so the DeWinton Community Association also express their kudos for sweeping the parking lot and taking care of them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Foothills County, Division 6. The beginning of the roundabout at 2nd Street is beginning tomorrow, I believe. And so everybody's excited to see progress there. Also had bylaw enforcement out on Dunbow Road, which was commented on by a resident to me yesterday that they were happy to see them out there looking for the speeders. So everybody stay safe on Dunbow Road. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills County. Last Wednesday, when I was coming actually to council, I noticed on Tongue Creek Road around 80th Street, there was manure being hauled. I'm not sure from where. And just noted it, but really didn't pay too much attention. It didn't look too bad. And then on my way home that evening, whenever we got out of council between 5 and 6 p.m., I saw a car in the ditch right around that. And I thought, oh, that's weird. The road isn't even that bad yet. Why did somebody go in the ditch? And as I passed where this manure was on the road, that was where the car went off. Now, I mean, I know that could be driver error. It could be bad tires. I know there's lots of factors, but, and I did, contact CAO Payne just because I wasn't sure how dangerous it really was there for other vehicles. So I made note of that and he said he would contact the appropriate people, but I just did sort of have a question about what is the protocol with that? Like if the manure gets too thick on the road, when is it just normal and when is it kind of something that has to be addressed? And yet I know the snow season is just about over, but it seems like 762, and it's not just because that's my road I turn out on, it's always the last to be plowed. So, and I know that is Voker, it's not the county, but we have a lot of commuters that head up that twisty, windy road of 762 going north and south. And yeah, just would like a little bit of follow up on those two issues. And that was 80th Street and Tongue Creek Road was where I noted that incident on Wednesday, the 15th.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Kendall. Just in regards to the manure hauling, typically on our roads, in the Tongue Creek area, the gravel roads, we get dust complaints. And when we get those complaints, we reach out to the, whether it's Rimrock or Tongue Creek feeders to get water trucks out on the road for the dust. In regards to the manure on the highway, I suggest we typically, if the calls come to us, we encourage residents to call Volker. We call Volker ourselves with these complaints, and Volker also has contacts there, and they get street sweepers out to clean the road off. Wish they were more proactive instead of reactive, but that's typically the process. For Meridian, of course, that's a paved road. So if that gets dirty, we will reach out to the haulers and ask them to get street sweepers out to clean the road. And same thing goes for Highway 762. I suggest there's the 511 app you could use to report the roads. If you notice anything that hasn't been plowed or complaints you might have. Also, we can share. We had created a poster just on info for Volker and who to contact and some resources there that we can share with council again.
Thank you. So you're saying that when I noted that haul coming into council that day, I should have alerted somebody, like just to proactively have that washed off or monitored or something?
So on the highway, yes, that would be Volker, and we would contact Volker with those concerns. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to our departments. Mr. McLean, you got some updates for us today?
Good morning, Foothills County. Nothing too much to add. It's just, yeah, we're continuing. The street sweeping is happening. Getting ready for the season to start up next week. Yeah, even with the little hiccups like the storm on last Thursday. So yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
On the street sweeping, if I recall, we were supposed to be sweeping Kaylee last Thursday. I'm guessing that didn't happen. Or has it been done now or what's?
It did not happen. Kaylee will be this week. Yep.
This week, okay. Yep. Okay, Director Kruger, what do you got for us for updates?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to update council with Manager Weberg away for a bit here. Ian McLean will be acting manager of operations while he's away. So in the meantime, too, if anything goes to Manager Weberg's email, it is being forwarded to Ian, so he'll be able to see it. Just in regards to the Kaylee, new Kaylee phase there, it seems like we're hoping to get work started again this week up there. And the bridge out by Square Butte Ranch, as I mentioned last week, the posting is back at 54 tons. We have reduced the speed just in the meantime there as per request from the bridge inspector until we can get under the bridge and strap the piles. And as Councillor Callister mentioned, there is some mobilization going on at the Dunbow roundabout there. Yeah, so at the moment, no, not quite sure yet, but they are getting ready to go here. So we'll update council when we have an official start date for that stuff. So yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, Foothills County. Good morning, Council. The only thing I'd maybe report on now is the strychnine is still coming. We have a list of, we've been taking just a list of people calling about it, had some good conversations with people about strychnine. And so it looks like what's going to happen this year is seems like there'll be a limited amount of supply. So we might have to be picking and choosing this year who gets it. I've been kind of assured that next year there'll be lots right from the beginning. So yeah, anyway, that's all I've got to report for now. Thank you.
Councillor Alger has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cornelson, lots of talk around the area about the qualifications to receive the product, like having to take a first aid course and things like that. Can you clarify anything specific? Like
Yeah.
what it's an online thing and
Right. So it's going to be an online course. And so they'll have to, it's one of those where you have to watch a video and answer some questions. And then at the end of it, they'll get a certificate. And then they'll need that certificate to buy the strychnine.
need that certificate. Okay.
Yeah. So I think it'll be fairly, as long as you listen to the video, the questions will be easy enough that, you can answer. And if you, of course, fail, you can probably do it again. But so I think that should be fairly simple to get.
Okay.
For producers. Yeah, no, but there's no first aid requirement or.
No, okay. That was one of the big questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
And in terms of that course, like details in terms of where we sign up, where we take it, how we take it, we should get those details within the next week or two kind of thing, or?
Yeah, it's all pretty happening pretty quick right now. Like it's coming out daily. So we have a meeting tomorrow, which is we're gonna be learning what we need to know to dispense the product. And I'm assuming as soon as that, well, I know as soon as that, course is out for farmers to take online, we'll know about it too. And then we'll be letting you guys know about that.
Okay, thank you. Manager Porter.
Morning, Reeve. Morning, Council. Just one item for Council today. Just wanted to update you on the regional transportation project that FCSS is involved with. We had a meeting and that they've completed phase 1, which is the first 2 years of the program. And they did a review of the past year and that the outcomes from the last year and some items to work towards in that in the next couple of years. The entities and municipalities that are involved with the program are Wild Rose Connections. We have Foothills County, the town of High River, town of Diamond Valley, and the town of Natton. Okotoks, and that is not part of it as they have their own transportation program and that, but they still are at arm's length. They do ask for updates and are still involved on a peripheral basis. The only other item I had with council today, and that is item B3 on your agenda, page 12, whenever you feel like covering that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Saulnier.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, council. Just a quick update on our fire risk status. It's pretty much status quo. The county is currently at no restrictions. The upcoming weather forecast indicates that we're going to have some moisture moving in here, which will support our current status. Rocky View County is at no restrictions. Vulcan County is an advisory. Willow Creek is no restrictions. In Calgary Forest area, they're saying that their fire danger still remains low, and they have no restrictions in place. But conditions can change, and we'll continue to monitor the weather and fire risk indicators. And should conditions warrant a change in the fire risk status, a recommendation will be brought forward to council. Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Director Stapley.
Good morning. I have no updates this morning, but we'll be speaking to item B1 on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's go to our agenda. Let's start off with B1, 2026 road event, one goal, many nations relay for recovery. Page 3 of our agenda. Now this says Manager Barrett's name under here, but I think there's other people wanting to speak to it. You're going to speak to it, Deputy Director Stapley?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Council. So before you today is an application for a special event, the One Goal Many Nations Relay for Recovery. This is the second year the event has been held, but it will be the first year in Foothills County. It is a relay to promote healing regarding wellness and recovery as it relates to addiction. The proposed dates for the event are May 12th to 18th. They will be in the county on the 14th and 15th. Included in the application is the number of routes that they will be taking and feedback from various departments. The organization has been very responsive, addressing any comments that we have provided to them. And we are looking to council today to determine whether or not the application is accepted and if you will support the municipal road use within Foothills County for the relay race. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Deputy Revel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I noticed in the explanation part about the event under what they had labeled as part 2, I'm sorry, there's no page numbers, but it's just a few pages in or a couple, like third page in or something. So essentially under the event details, it looks like day 3 is in Division 4 to start with, and then Division 3. So it has day 3 listed where essentially it comes off of the nation. And then it comes into that pathway that heads down. So that's the 146th Avenue, 256th Street, 154 Avenue, 240th Street West, 224th Street, which is Prentice Valley Road, Plumbers Road, 192nd Street. So then heading down to 176, which is the Racetrack Road, and then heading into Diamond Valley. So that looks like it's encompassing Division 4 and Division 3 on that day. And then I noticed that they don't have a map associated with it. They have a bunch of the other ones covered, but they don't have that one in the package. So I'm just wondering if that was just missed in the PDF that they made and they just forgot to include it. But I looked at all they're using range roads, but I looked at all the identifiers on the maps, but I don't see one that includes that one. So I just wonder if that needs to be included. And then just make sure that that in fact is part of it, or maybe they've changed it. I'm not sure. So just to kind of check in with them on it. But it sounds to me like you have a good plan with having the runners protected and that there's not a lot of runners. So as long as they are protected with the lead car and the following car, then I don't have a problem with it. Those roads are some of them are very narrow. And then, there's hills and blind spots with all of them. So as long as they're being very careful about them, and it sounds like from just reading through the package, they have some strategic plans in place should they encounter a problem. So I think they've covered it well. But again, we're giving them permission to come out on those roads, and we just want to make sure that they're aware of some of the, if you want to call it constraints of the area, and that being no shoulders. So they're going to be identified, slow moving. Do they have like flashing lights that they could put on? I don't know if there's something that will help. Because if someone comes up quickly right now, I've noticed there's a ton of cyclist traffic out there already. So that would be the one thing that I would say, that we just have no control over some pickup league, or potentially someone might plan an event on the same day using the same roads, so that they would just be aware of the, if you want to call it, the very high usage of that particular route that they're taking. The other thing is they're going to have to cross over Highway 22 at that point. And so I'm just a bit concerned because that's always a pinch point. That's one of the worst locations for accidents, is right on that spot where you have that intersection of Curtis Valley Road and Highway 22. So I just would draw attention to that they're well aware of it and they know about it. I know they have insurance, but just if we don't maybe explicitly mention that, that's a point of consideration. The rest is probably fine. Again, when they come out Plumbers Road and they head over to 192nd Street, that's another spot. It's not as bad because the visibility there is really quite good. It's just when people come down the hill at that Curtis Valley Road location and 22, I think that should just be identified to them, extra caution in that area. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the first time I've been able to look at the map this morning, so haven't really been able to analyze. So thank you, Councillor Ohl, for identifying those spots. I'm noting that they enter Foothills County only on the 14th and 15th, which is a Thursday and Friday. But that is the long weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, just extra caution to those people. I guess this is the second annual event. Was there any update on how the first one went?
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, they have YouTube videos. They said their first event went very well. However, it was a much smaller event of only 40-kilometer run that stayed on the nation.
Okay, so we do have that possible motion there on page 3 of our agenda. Council review and accept the special event report and the use of municipal roads within Foothills County for the Road for Recovery. One goal, many nations. Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Director Stapley, any concerns from your perspective for this?
So through the chair, no direct concerns. Any concerns that were brought up by the departments were included in the package and brought to the planner's attention. And they were very responsive in trying to address that. We can reach out to them to get a map for the route from Sutina to Diamond Valley, and also bring up the concerns regarding crossing 22 at Plumbers and having some flashing lights, whether that be hazard signals or what else they may be able to provide on vehicles that are following and leading the runners.
Yeah, so what is the protocol like for, I mean, this is motorcycle season and, um, what is the protocol for approaching vehicles that are coming up upon this group of runners? They're expected to slow down? Is there signs, or maybe I'm missing something? Sorry.
So through the chair to Councillor Kendall, this particular event, because it's smaller and covers a large distance, Public Works didn't request signs. They requested the pilot and tail vehicles to bracket the group, and they will provide the protection of them as they're slow moving. As vehicles are approaching, it is the driver's responsibility to make sure that they are operating the vehicle carefully and respectfully. So they may need to slow down and make sure it's safe to pass the slow moving vehicle if it's in an area where there are no shoulders. However, we've done our best due diligence with the ERPs and talking to the group to make sure that they understand the risks and that they are taking the proper actions to make sure that they're keeping themselves safe as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Wish them well. I would give you that motion.
Okay, to approve the use of municipal roads.
Yeah.
Okay,
Plus the recommendations. Yeah.
okay, we got that motion from Councillor Kendall. Don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B2, Battalion Chief Position, page 4 of our agenda. Director of Community Services, Rick Saulnier, and Fire Chief Marshall. Thank you for coming and joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Foothills County. The proposal in front of council this morning is a request from the fire department to consider converting a temporary position into a permanent battalion chief role. In the spring of last year, council approved a 6-month temporary B2C2 position with the option to extend, which fire did. The primary objective of that role was to develop and implement the Community Connect module within First Due and develop pre-plans in our system for Foothills County. It has proven to be very successful. This B2C2 started as a project-based role, but what we've seen over the past several months is that the workload and value extend well beyond the initial scope. The position has supported several key operation and administrative functions, including participating in the on-call rotation, backfilling shifts to maintain minimum staffing levels and avoid overtime costs, contributing to inspections, investigations, and various administrative projects, and assisting our volunteer stations with meetings and trainings. The person that was in that position has moved up and is now in our deputy chief role, and we have backfilled the position with a captain from Heritage Point for the time being. This permanent role would be a key position to not only maintain 24/7 coverage, but also be good succession planning. By having this position and taking on some of the administrative tasks, it will allow me to shift some of my focus to larger strategic priorities such as long-term planning, capital projects, training development, just to name a few. Right now, a significant portion of my time is tied up in administrative and operational tasks that this position could manage. Funding for this position already exists within our operating budget, so we are not requesting additional funds. This proposal was presented to the Fire Board on April 13th of this year, where it received support and a motion to bring it forward to council for consideration. So the request before council today is a request to pass a motion approving the conversion of this existing term B2C2 operational leadership position into one full-time permanent battalion chief position. And I've included the job description, just a high-level org chart, and some benefits of the position for council to review. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair, and answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Deputy Eva Wool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the comprehensive agenda package. I appreciate you including all of the details about the benefits and that this has no budget impact other than transferring it over to I see there was a little bit of impact, but that you're moving essentially a position that has been very beneficial, and then you've outlined all the benefits as well. So I just, one little question on if you can help us with your acronym on B2C2. And other than that, I would be prepared to present a motion in favor when ready. But if you don't mind, is B2 Battalion Chief 2? Is that what it is?
Through the chair to Deputy Revolt. No, so B2C2 is some of the training that
Okay.
our staff go through. So it's more a inspector and an investigator
Okay.
designation level. So it's a training level, actually.
Thank you for that mystery solved.
Okay, so we have that motion from Deputy Reeve Old to approve the conversion of that position to a full-time permanent. We'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Marshal, the org chart shows 2 battalion chiefs. So do we have an existing one already? And we're creating another one?
Through the chair to Councillor Alger. Chief Shearhorn is existing battalion chief. So this would be the second one.
Okay. Okay, I got that. All right, thanks for that.
Okay, couple of questions I got. So when does the term position come to an end?
To the chair, the contract ends right around the middle of June for the term position.
Okay. Yet it was budgeted for an entire year?
I'll defer that question over to CAO Payne to tackle that one if you could.
Sure, if I may, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so there was budget for part of the year this year for the temporary position. I think in the staff report, there's some indication that there's a savings from overtime costs. There's also a savings in our on-call rotation by having 4 people serving that role rather than just the 3 that are currently doing that now. It's also a coverage benefit in that way. From a budget point of view as well, the fire chief position was sitting vacant for I don't know how long. Maybe Director Solny can help me. Well over a year. So there is adequate budget at this point. Well, more than adequate budget in this year's budget to cover this position if council wishes to proceed with making it permanent.
Okay. Thank you. So we do have the motion from Deputy Reeve Old to approve the full-time permanent battalion chief position, adding that. I don't see anything further from anyone. I'll call a question. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B3, Red Deer Lake garbage receptacle replacement, page 12 of our agenda, presented by Manager Parks and Recreation, Jeff Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before council today is a request for the replacement of the Red Deer Lake garbage receptacles. So some background regarding this, Red Deer Lake park garbage receptacles have reached their end of life. They were instituted in the 80s. They're just your standard galvanized 45-liter garbage can that's hard to find anymore because they're all Rubbermaid rubber ones, and that's so they're quite beat up. Seams are split on them, and they're in need of replacement. We have been through the years standardizing our garbage receptacles across the county at our parks and recreation facilities and cemeteries. We've transitioned to a bear-proof and ease of bag changeout model, which our staff appreciates. This model that we've standardized has a 30-plus year lifespan and is basically the industry standard. You see them wherever you go in parks and in the national parks and such. It's heavy gauge steel, powder coated, so there's no repainting required or anything. They do have the ability to be wrapped if needed, and that as far as advertising or landscapes and that sort of thing. So, the receptacles are sold and constructed and serviced in Lethbridge, Alberta. I did extensive research in looking into different options for receptacles and of this nature. So the bear proofs type, these are the only ones that are really sold in Canada. There are other companies that sell these in Canada, but they're actually manufactured by Hall and they're basically a retailer for Hall receptacles. The only other ones that would come close were some in California, and I wasn't about to quote those with the dollar exchange right now. So this is a sole supplier, and that quotation, and we had $35,000 in budget for this item, with the quote coming in at $26,346.51. This results in a cost savings of $8,653.49. We're looking to council and that today as a recommendation for the approval of the haul equipment quote of $26,346.51 due to no comparable model available that meets the specifications required by the county. I'll take questions at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Always nice to deal semi-local and certainly staying in a Canadian operation. Mr. Porter, typically these go on a concrete base. Are there bases there, or is it necessary, or have we got a plan?
Through the chair to the floor. We do have these quoted with cement bases, and we utilize the cement bases for two things. People can't take them and move them or even steal them. Number two, it enables us to, let's say, if the city were to annex Red Deer Lake Park, we can scoop them up and utilize them at other sites and that easily. And it allows us to move them around if they aren't initially placed in the proper siting. We can move them to where they're needed more. So we do have cement bases in this quote. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. You had to bring annex up, didn't you? Ain't happening in my time. Okay, thanks for that clarity. Just for council, that I think this is an integral part of the park, keeping it clean and making it handy for people to utilize this, and with the recycling side of it also definitely helps keep the park clean, and people, if it's easy enough, then people don't throw garbage all over the place. Happy to give you the motion to approve this, Mr. Chair, when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take that motion to approve. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. You did kind of calm me down there because I forgot to read the 8. So I was going to throw a bit of a hissy fit, but I've calmed down a little bit, but I'll just throw a little hissy fit. So what is wrong with the old ones? Can they not be repaired? It is steel. It's not plastic. How much can steel degrade? Sorry, but I just find this a little expensive, and I think I missed my calling. I should go into manufacturing these things maybe.
Through the chair to the floor. The old ones are past repair, and that when you're dealing with feces and such, there's organic acids in that that eat away at the steel and the bottoms. Also, with the winds that we incur, the bags and that are wrapped around them get blown aside, and then water gets in there. The water sits and they rust over time, so the bottoms and that are compromised as well. And that's, so we're looking to standardize, and that, as I said before, in regards to the receptacles that we utilize. And there's something that is going to far outlive my lifespan here, and are able to be utilized at other sites if needed. So, and that's kind of what we have. If you go to any city parks or town parks, everybody is doing a standardization now of all their receptacles and such, and that for ease of use, the windproofness and bear-proofness, and that depending where you are, you'll even see bear-proof containers in the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so you feel like these are a little more sturdy than the ones that are there, should last a little bit longer.
Through the chair of the floor, that is correct. These are, like I said, they are standard. They're heavy gauge steel versus I'd say your standard garbage canister is probably a 10 to 12 gauge steel. And that is, well, not steel, tin, galvanized tin. So these are actually steel. They'd be about an 1/8 inch steel that they're fabricated of. So you could back over a old galvanized garbage can and crush it flat. These, you're probably going to dent your car more than you're going to dent the garbage container, and that you might bend a bit, but that's about it. So thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Alger to approve the purchase to haul all equipment. I don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go from garbage to porta potties. B4, Millerville General Store request for porta potty, page 14 of our agenda. Manager Allard, thank you for coming and joining us.
Good morning, Council. A glamorous one, hey? I do have a request here from the Millerville General Store. They're looking to have a porta potty installed for the duration of the summer. So this is something the county has put in place the past 3 years. We're just looking to formalize that a little bit and making it a long-term ongoing motion, I guess, to have it in place. Reasoning for that, the local stores can't handle the summer volume as they are on a septic field with limited hours. Again, if this request is approved, we're just requesting to be made as an annual activity going forward. And then the cost of rentals is approximately $200 per month with a $50 delivery fee. So that's all I have. Do you have any questions for me?
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Yes, I can attest that this is very much needed in the little hamlet of Millerville because there's the gas station, Miss Marple's, and the store, all of which I believe are on very small, probably old septic systems. So, and there's a lot of cyclists and tourists. And with Miss Marple's having only been open less than a year now, that volume of traffic from that enterprise has yet to be realized. So this is very much going to be needed in the little hamlet there. Yep. Thank you very much for that. I would give you that motion.
Okay, and that motion would be for a yearly basis as opposed to just a 1 year.
I would hope that the financial health of the Millerville hamlet will continue for many years to come. So I anticipate maybe we'll even have to add an extra porta potty next year. I don't know. Hope not, but yes,
okay,
if it could continue.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Kendall. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Allard, I thought we did 2 porta potties there over the years.
I do think they come as like a set, pink and a gray kind of thing, for this $200 per month. So.
Oh.
Yeah, 2
okay.
porta potties, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. We do have the motion from Councillor Kendall to approve the porta potties in Millerville. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Just going to take a pause on our agenda items here. I neglected to go to Municipal Advisor Ely Cameron for an update earlier this morning. So we'll perhaps go to him now for any updates you may have for us.
Yes, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Foothills. Just an update on the projects that we're working on. The reservoirs, if you drive down the highway, you can see a lot of water in the south cell, and the north cell, you can't see the water. That will be equalized. It was waiting on a screen to come forward. We're not putting any more water in there right now. We have, and Director Kruger can correct me, but over 150,000 cubic meters of water in there now. But we have to wait for some work to be done in the reservoirs. With respect to the water plant, we're going to have another delay. There's some equipment, harmonic filters, which are required for the variable frequency drives. So a harmonic filter regulates the electricity going into these pumps. And we lost the one out at Shruck. with a fire. But in order to get a new one, that's now going to be the end of July, perhaps August. So we had a date of July 13th to, have the plant fully operational. It looks like there's going to be 2 to 3 week delay in that. If council is considering a grand opening of the facility, I would suggest probably a date in September would be safe. And the building's coming along. There's drywall in it. The offices are taking shape, and it's a big building, but it has a lot of capacity for the future and for future tanks. So when you go in, it's a very tall on the inside, and but work is moving along very quickly on a lot of items. But it's delivery of parts and equipment that has become the sort of the major issue out there. With respect to our project with Okotoks, it looks like June 11th or 12th will be the turn on the water day. That water will come from the well that is tied in at the bottom. The sort of the schedule for the infiltration gallery and is looking more into 2027. The schedule on the pump stations, the midline and the intake pump station, they're probably very late this year, September, October, maybe November. So that's how that project is coming forward. Cost-wise, things are for the county are still in order, and we're moving forward slowly at this time. Pipe D is moving quickly to 90% design completion. We're still dealing with landowners for permission to place this spoil from the excavations on their property. If not, there'll be some fairly severe impacts on the road going in, but it can be handled. So we're working through that. But pipe D, I would say we should have some final numbers for council here within the next couple of weeks. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Chair to Manager Eva Kimmerer. Sorry, can you say that again? So they're going to start pumping water when? Just to do testing.
Sorry?
They're going to start it up to do some testing? Like, how do you continue a line if your midline pump isn't ready till November?
The midline pump station is not required because this well has a pump in it. So for this particular well, it has its own pump, so it can deliver water to Okotoks. Of course, pipe D won't be completed by then, so until pipe D is finished, we won't be able to pump water from that well to Alderside.
Okay, so their town of Okotoks plan is to fire it up in June, burn the pump out right away by pumping it from the highwood all the way to town. Is that the plan?
I don't believe that's the plan, but anyway, with pumps, I never say anything good about pumps. I mean, we lose pumps on a continuous basis, no matter who they're manufactured by. So it's a very frustrating process, but I don't think that's the hope. but uh, the well has been tested at 2 megaliters per day. So hopefully everything will go well.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I just missed one detail there. You said coming from the well, the schedule for the filtration gallery is 2027. And then what was the next item that you said would be completed in 2026? Sorry, I
It
just.
was the midline and the intake pump stations.
Okay.
And hopefully pipe D will be completed in 2026 as well.
Thank you.
Okay, was that all your updates then? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I think we have time for one more item. Let's go to B5, capital equipment purchase heavy truck accessories. Let's go to Manager Allard and Lewis. Page 15 of our agenda. Go ahead.
So we just have here today some truck accessories for 2 of the new heavy trucks that were purchased or ordered, I guess, from the February 25th council meeting. So some of these budget numbers we had to combine just how the quotes were received. So it just explains a bit of the breakdown there that we've provided. So the combined approved budget for the 2 replacement heavy trucks, dump bodies, and snow removal equipment was $850,000. So the trucks were approved for purchase price of $473,000 on February 25th, leaving $376,000 for the remaining equipment that we're asking for today. So in total, the dump bodies, the Rexroth controls, and the snow removal equipment quotes came to $354,000. So that's just over $21,000 under budget. So we did ask vendors about the possibility of trading in any of this old equipment and the accessories that are listed here, and the vendors were not interested in trade-ins at that time. Equipment is over 10 years old, and they don't normally accept standing equipment, is what we were told. And I do have Supervisor Brad Lewis here for any questions regarding mechanical stuff. Do a little bit better than me at that, so.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, comments? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you very much. So in terms of the old parts, of course, we don't know how in disrepair they are. Can they be used for spare parts, or is it just taking up too much space? Is that something you just want to offload to just clean things up? Just question on the status of that.
Through the chair, the one sander, the front discharge sander that we're trying to purchase is to replace the rear mount sander out west, and the chassis in that unit is actually rusted out, so it's not repairable. The 2 heavy trucks that we're purchasing, they're over 550,000 K, and with I think it's like 15,000 hours on them. So they're basically, lived their life and they need to be moved on. And plus, we're looking to replace vehicles, not add to our fleet. So just basically replacement equipment.
Thank you for that answer. And then I saw on the bright red under each one of them that they have quite the disclaimer in there due to world conditions and essentially whatever, I guess it could be anything from the price of fuel or anything that they're potentially have an issue with keeping the price that's estimated. So how far off would they be if you call in today to get the order in? Do you still have if you're going to call it a risk on getting the price that you were hoping to get?
Through the chair, these quotes these were on March 16th, and they said 30 days. And the contact I have at Viking, they said they'll honor these prices. So that's why I was kind of hoping to get approved today, so that I can call them when I leave here and get stuff rolling. And this is what you see. If anything, I'm hoping some of the trucks might be a little bit cheaper than what's actually quoted, because one of our trucks already has a Rexroth system in it that we're putting the front discharge on, trying to repurpose another truck in our fleet. And so, and we already have some of the equipment for that truck that they can use. So hopefully it might come in a little less than what you actually see for the front discharge sander unit.
Great, thanks for that.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And just a quick question, stated in here, you tried to contact commercial heavy truck and Tenco plow equipment. Are they the only other suppliers for these?
Through the chair locally, that's the ones I'm aware of right now. I know with commercial, I actually had quite a few requests in with those guys we're replacing some end dump trailers, these sanding units, and there was another item I was trying to get through them. And they actually called me, said they were working on the quote, and then I never heard anything after.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so the recommendation is to award the purchase to Viking Sives. I don't see anybody else that might want to give me a motion to approve that purchase or otherwise. Councillor Callister gives that motion to approve.
Thank you, Chair. I will give you that motion to approve.
Okay, I have the motion. All those in favor? Motion carries. You got some plows. Okay, council, let's take about a 5-minute break until we get set up for our 10 o'clock public hearing. Welcome back. I will open the public hearing this morning for Beverly Badkey Estate, Southeast 13, 21-1 west of 5, amend CR, page 53 of our council agenda. I will go to, who's going to do introductions this morning? Miss Stanley, would you please introduce council administration?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today we have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Siebert, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Elder, Councillor John Kellister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll lay out the procedures for our public hearing this morning. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer. Today, that is Planning Officer Salmon. Following his presentation, we'll then go to the applicant and agent. I'm not sure whether you're applicant or agent today, but both in that capacity. We'll go to you for presentation and comments. Following that, we will go to any members of the public who wish to speak. And then we will proceed to closing comments. First to the applicant and agent, and then back to planning officer. At each step along the way, we will give an opportunity to council and administration to ask any questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Salmon, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you today is for an amendment to the Country Residential District and a request for a density exemption. The landowner is E. Beverly Badkey Estate, and the agent is Jeff Badkey of Badkey Consulting. The subject parcel is located in Council Division 5. It's adjacent to and north of 303 Avenue West. It's approximately 150 meters west of Meridian Street, and it's about 3.5 kilometers northwest of the town of Okotoks. The proposal is an amendment to the Country Residential District to allow for the subdivision of 2 country residential lots with a country residential balance. These parcels would range in size from 2.4 acres to 4.62 acres. And part of this proposal would require an exemption from the county's density policy, as it currently allows for 1 additional lot on a 10-acre parcel, whereas this application is proposing 2 additional lots. For some area history, on July 19th, 2001, Council refused an application for amendment to the Country Residential District that would have allowed for a future subdivision of a 4-acre parcel from a 10.75 acre parcel. And this is just southwest of the subject parcel. And on November 1st, 2007, Council gave 3rd reading to an application to authorize the redesignation of a 32.5 acre parcel from agricultural district to country residential to permit the future subdivision of 4 additional parcels and an MR parcel. Lot 5 of this subdivision is the subject parcel of today's hearing. The physiography of the subject parcel is flat in the east, and the west half has steeper treed slopes that are covered by an environmental reserve easement. This easement is shown in green on the map. This is an image on the east end of the property. It's looking at the proposed 2.4 acre lot. This is an image taken closer to the west side of the property. This would be looking at the proposed 4.62 acre lot. And this is a picture looking at the north end of the environmental reserve easement. For existing development, it's all contained within the proposed 3-acre balance. This includes a dwelling, a detached garage, 3 temporary sea cans, a shed, and a water well and septic field to support that development. Access to the parcel is currently from an existing approach on 303 Avenue West. This can be seen on screen here. And the application proposes a new approach to access the two eastern lots. So that existing approach would be used to access the proposed 4.62 acre parcel. And this is a picture of the approximate location of that proposed approach. For agency referral, Foothills County Public Works commented that sightlines are acceptable at the proposed approach location, and also commented that setbacks from slopes 15% or greater must be at least 30 meters, and requested that the applicant provides a building envelope accounting for the 30-meter slope setback, or to provide a slope stability analysis indicating that the current proposed building envelopes are viable. This is all as a condition of land use approval. And Foothills County Public Works also would like to see a septic disposal evaluation as a condition of land use approval. The key takeaway from the ATCO gas response is that the gas main shown in green on this map doesn't extend to the proposed 2.4 acre parcel, so it would just have to be extended a bit. The application was circulated in the Okotoks Western Wheel on April 8th and April 15th, and notice was also sent to area landowners within a half-mile of the subject property. That was mailed out on April 1st. 2 letters were received after the submission of the staff report, and they are included in the agenda package. For a revision to the staff report to the recommended conditions for option 1, we've added condition 5, which requires the submission of a septic disposal evaluation for the 2 proposed parcels to the satisfaction of the Public Works Department. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Council Administration for any questions you may have. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Can you go back 1 slide? I just wanted to jot down your addition there. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just leave that up for a moment. Anybody else? Seeing none, we will now go to the applicant and agent. If you could just start by introducing yourselves and then proceed with presentation.
Thanks. Just give me a quick second to throw the presentation up here and I'll proceed. Thank you. Good morning, Foothills County Councilors and Administration. My name is Jeff Badke, and with me today is my brother Brad Badke, sitting next to me. Together, we are acting as executors and agents for the estate of our late mother, Beverly Badke. We both thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss our application this morning. Yes, I just realized that I'm not at the beginning. There we go. The subject lands, legally described as Lot 5, Block 3, Plan 0716335, comprise 10.02 acres within Division 5 of Foothills County. They are situated approximately 3.5 kilometers north and west of the town of Okotoks, with access provided via the paved internal subdivision road 303 Avenue and municipal hard surfaced Meridian Street and 306 Avenue to the south and east. These lands represent the remainder parcel from a subdivision completed by our parents in 2007. The surrounding area is characterized by a mix of country residential subdivisions and agricultural holdings, a pattern that is consistent within the broader regional context. Topography in the surrounding region is characterized by undulating to hummocky foothills land with regions of moderate relief, which is interspersed by grassland and tree stands. Gently undulating topography is apparent within the upland portions of the subject parcel. Along the property's western extents are the eastern slopes of Wilson Coulee, which are heavily treed, primarily with aspen poplar growth. The subject lands currently contain an older residence of approximately 1,000 square feet and a detached single-car garage, both situated near the midpoint of the property's northern boundary, approximately at this location here. A small shed sits to the southeast of the house where I've got this icon, and 3 storage containers used for personal storage are located to the east of the residence, approximately at this location here. As highlighted in green on the map, an existing environmental reserve easement covers the treed slopes of Wilson Coulee within the subject lands, protecting this area from development. This ERE extends across portions of the 2 parcels to the south as well. When our parents subdivided the original lands in 2007, they kept the subject lands with the intention that Brad and I could subdivide and have a place to build our family homes when the time came. Our proposed subdivision would divide the 10.02 acre subject lands into 3 country residential parcels. Lot 1 at 4.62 acres on the west, the central remainder Lot 2 at 3 acres, which contains the existing residence, and Lot 3 at 2.4 acres on the east side. This would allow a lot for Brad and his family, as well as one for myself and my own family, and the 3rd parcel would be sold to help cover construction costs that have been ever increasing over recent years. While the application before you today does exceed current density policy, we do note that our parents' 2007 subdivision of the original 34.4 acre parcel resulted in 4 new parcels and the current remainder. That application did follow general guidance at the time, pointing to country residential parcels in the 4 to 5 acre size. Although somewhat smaller than the lots approved in 2007, each of our proposed parcels offers a high-quality building site and represents efficient use of existing country residential land. The design optimizes building sites, maintaining similar separation distances to that of adjacent homes, and adheres to the existing environmental reserve easement and minimizes road costs by leveraging existing municipal infrastructure. The parent quarter section currently contains 11 parcels, including 2 municipal reserve lots. A significant portion of the quarter, as much as 85 acres, is most likely undevelopable due to slopes, wetlands, rail plan, and road plans. Existing access to the subject lands is by way of a paved internal subdivision road, 303 Ave, which was constructed at the time of the original subdivision in 2007. 303 Avenue terminates at its westerly end with a paved cul-de-sac, as you see on the screen here. From the north side of the cul-de-sac, a paved approach and driveway currently provides access to the building site and the westerly field that is in proposed Lot 1, identified with the orange star here. As 303 Avenue is generally sloped down to the west, its overland drainage is conveyed via existing culverts and ditches into Wilson Coulee to the west. This drainage pattern is protected by an overland drainage easement, which is identified on the screen with teal hatching right here. The proposed subdivision is well supported by the existing internal subdivision road, and no significant road upgrades are required for access purposes. The existing paved approach and driveway will provide access to the westerly Lot 1, and the existing drainage, conveyance, and easement can remain unchanged. To serve Lots 2 and 3, a new 9-meter wide paved common approach is proposed. This shared access is an efficient solution that minimizes additional infrastructure while providing safe and practical access to both lots. Water servicing for the proposed subdivision will be provided through individual on-site water wells. New wells will be drilled on Lots 1 and 3 and tested by a qualified professional in accordance with the Alberta Water Act and Foothills County requirements. Testing will confirm that each well meets legislative safe yield requirements and that the proposed water use will not adversely affect neighboring well users. A review of the Alberta Water Well Information Database, combined with our experience from the original subdivision, shows a wide range of well depths, static water levels, and production rates within the area, typically between 4 and 9 imperial gallons per minute. At the time, the existing house well was tested at 5 imperial gallons a minute and has operated reliably through our family's ownership without issue. This information reflects variable subsurface conditions, which are typical for the area, and supports a high likelihood that new wells can be successfully developed in compliance with all regulations. New private sewage systems will be constructed on lots 1 and 3, each designed to fully comply with the Alberta Private Sewage System Standard of Practice. The existing private sewage system servicing the house on lot 2 is proposed to remain in place at this time. Should a replacement dwelling be constructed in the future, a new system meeting current standards would be required. Since 2009, Alberta's Standard of Practice has introduced conservative requirements intended to protect groundwater, surface water, and the environment and neighboring properties. These standards mandate minimum separation distances from water bodies, groundwater, and property boundaries. Based on our experience in the area, mound systems are the most suitable solution, providing higher levels of treatment than conventional field systems. All 3 lots include ample area to accommodate both primary and contingency treatment areas in compliance with required setbacks. In summary, the subject lands are well suited and make efficient use of existing county road infrastructure with convenient access to Okotoks, Calgary, and regional transportation routes. The surrounding area contains a well-established mix of country residential and agricultural uses, and the proposed subdivision aligns with this existing development pattern. While the proposal exceeds current density guidelines when viewed in isolation, the original 2007 subdivision of the nominally 35-acre parent parcel was approved below the maximum allowable density, intentionally leaving the subject lands as a remainder parcel. Taking into account the large undevelopable areas, we feel that our current proposal represents a balanced and incremental use of the remaining density potential within the broader quarter section context. The site's gentle topography, well-drained soils, and established servicing make it well suited for additional country residential development. The proposal is consistent with the Foothills County Municipal Development Plan and Growth Management Strategy, with the lands located within the Central District where future growth is anticipated. Overall, we feel that subdivision represents a logical, sustainable, and context-sensitive form of development that respects the area character and supports the county's long-term planning objectives. Thank you very kindly for your time this morning, and would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Backey, could you speak to the restrictive covenants that's not mentioned in our staff report, but is mentioned in a couple of letters from the neighboring residents?
Certainly, Councillor Alger. At the time that the family put together the subdivision, we did put a restrictive covenant which protects as requirements just to ensure that a certain development standard had been met. So that is registered on all titles, including this the balance or the remainder that's the subject of the application today. That restrictive covenant would flow on to the new lots. We would definitely be looking at just updating the language in, for the new lots to state, because some of the language in the original one refers to lot 5 as this lot. So we'd have to update that to reflect the new lots. But that's absolutely our intention, to follow that through to maintain that same development standard that the residents in the area had been able to rely on to date.
Okay, and is there any verbiage in there about lot size?
No, there's no specific language about lot size. It was noted that there would be future subdivision at a later date in there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions from council or administration at this time? Deputy Revol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wondering if you can go over the road that you've got designed for lot 1 and lot 2 and your distances and all the plans you have for that. What would be essentially, it looks like a approach off to the other portion and so on for the future of these 2 lots, just the 2 of them there, because I understand the other one would come directly off of the avenue there.
Yes, so the intention would be that the original or the existing driveway, which is paved right now, it was constructed. It's got wide ditches on each side and a culvert through this approach to provide that conveyance from the existing 303 Ave and into this. If you're following where my cursor is, this is a kind of a drainage rill or structure, kind of a natural formation here where water runs down here. So any water from the roadway collects and runs through the ditches and then through this overland drainage easement area And that's why we built this approach at the time. It is paved currently and has culverts through it. So that would continue to be utilized, or would be utilized, sorry, for lot 1. We would, of course, saw cut and remove the portion that continued into lot 2 at that time, just so there was no, no mishaps and so forth. And then to provide access for lot 2 and lot 3, a common approach would be built on the property line. A new driveway would come in, which conveniently connects to the original driveway from the old homestead, which ran straight in an east-west direction, kind of where I'm showing you right here. And then easy access to the proposed lot 3 on the east side there.
So do you have to improve anything about that approach to lot 1?
I don't know. I don't think so. The approach itself within the road allowance was built to county standards, and past that it would be driveway standard, while it is already about 6 meters wide anyway. So there's no improvements other than just the removal of the cutoff at the north end of the property
Great,
line.
thanks for clarifying that. I heard you explain it, but it just didn't completely go in. So I appreciate you repeating it and then explaining that. Thank you very
No
much.
problem at all.
Anybody else? Seeing none, we will now go to members of the public that wish to speak. I have one person registered to speak, Mr. Daniel Gallagher. Yeah, if you want to proceed to the mic here.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. In relation to this matter, just so that you know where we live, my wife and I, we live on a 20-acre parcel, lot 1, plan 87106.
Can I just get you to move the mic a little bit closer?
Okay.
Sorry, you're better. Thanks.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, we live, my wife and I live on lot 1, plan 8710648, which is a 20-acre parcel on 306th Avenue, right behind the development that was done in 2007. So that's where we live, and close by. Our neighbors, I think, who also filed something, Mr. Pugsley and Ms. Dubé, are on lot 6, block 3, plan 0716335, which is the lot right beside the 2.4 acre third parcel that's being requested here, which clearly requires some type of exemption from this council for it to be allowed. And that really is a concern both of ourselves and the Pugsleys and Dubés, really is relation to the 2.4 acre parcel. And obviously, as I said, because it requires some exemption, there's got to be some basis for the exemption that's being requested. I still, to this point in time, have not heard any basis for granting that type of exemption. As Mr. Pugsley pointed out in his submission, originally when the subdivision was done, it was contemplated that this would be 4 or 5 acre parcels in that subdivision. And now we're being presented with one that's 2.4 acres. We are concerned, obviously, like the Pugsleys have given other concerns which they've expressed for themselves. But mainly with relation to water. We watched since the subdivision occurred in 2007, our water is gone. We had to drill another well to replace the one beside the house and for the house well. And we also had to install a cistern since then as well to maintain our water supply for our home. And that's, I think, really one of our concerns in relation to this. And I think that really this is a concern for all the neighbors, I think, in relation to land, making sure that we have enough water. We had 3 horses on our property as well, and we're trying to make sure that we have enough water for the future. As I said, at the moment, I don't hear any basis for an exemption to be granted here for the 2.4 acre lot, third lot, which is really our concern. And that's really why we oppose that part of the application today. Those are my submissions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We do have a question for you. I'll go to Director Hemingway.
Hi, sir. Not so much a question, but more of a comment. So the reason that the applicants, or the reason why council has to consider an exemption to the density provision isn't so much on the size of the 2.4 acre parcel, as you can do a country residential parcel of that size. That's not an exemption requirement. Why an exemption is required is we also have a density statement in our land use bylaw, which suggests 1 unit per 5 acres of parent parcel.
Right.
So based on approximately 10 acre, just over 10 acre parent parcel, only one additional unit would be allowed. And they're asking for 2 additional units. But I just wanted to explain, it's not the size. None of the sizes proposed are contrary to our land use bylaw nor require an exemption, but it's the number of units that
Number of
requires an
units.
exemption.
Yes, I understand that, but the, obviously the number of units also results in 3 lots as opposed to 2.
It's 3 lots as opposed to 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
All right,
exactly.
thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kendall, it's a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the concerned resident, sorry, is that a tree farm to the east of you? If I'm understanding where you live?
No, it just looks that way.
Okay. Okay.
There's a long history to that in terms of the people that lived there before.
Okay.
And they created a lot there that is had a lot of trees on it. They never developed it as a tree farm or anything else. There's one person owns the 20 acres there, and they live there with a private residence there today. So it's just much like ours, other than it's very treed compared to ours.
Did they water those or they're mature enough now?
No, they don't water them.
Thank you.
And Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to that, Councillor Kendall, yeah, those trees got to the point where they're too big to move now. But I believe back in the day that was kind of slated as a tree farm situation. That's why they're so organized. But as Mr. Gallagher said, it just didn't come to fruition, and now they're oversized. Through the chair to Mr. Elliott. So there's quite a few parcels in this quarter that are still over the 10 acre. There's some 20 acres, Mr. Gallagher's, and some others on the east side there. If this application is classified as over density, as we look future down the road to these other lots being developed, is each application going to be classified as an over density?
Okay, before we go there, Councillor Alger, was there anything for Mr. Gallagher?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gallagher, thank you very much. Yeah, I guess go ahead and answer, and then we'll proceed with the.
Through the chair, if I may, I have a slide that that visualizes this. Hold on. So this slide shows the potential future parcels that could be subdivided, assuming each potential parcel is 5 acres. So this shows that fully developed out, this quarter section would have 21 potential future parcels, and there's 11 existing parcels at this time.
So 21 would be the max?
That's correct.
That would be available. And again, because of the topography and the coulee and the, okay, thanks for that.
Okay. That does conclude all the members of the public that have registered. I don't see anybody else with us or online. So at this point, we will proceed to closing comments. Go back to Mr. Badke. And Mr. Badke, any closing comments that you have?
Thank you very much, Reeve Seward. I guess just to reiterate and better explain the rationale for the overdensity, it is primarily based on the fact that the quarter itself has got significant areas that are undevelopable. And, as I noted, it's by our calculation as much as 85 acres, which is over half the quarter, is not developable due to slopes and the road plans, rail plan, and the big lake plan that's down in the bottom of Wilson Coulee there. It is, that's where we came from, in looking at this. It is a, it's a wish, and a hope that that council would see merit to our request. That aside, we do have the requirement to drill new wells and ensure that they are, producing and meeting the legislative requirements. The water well that we've had that 5 gallons emitted, that was tested. It was tested in 2007, so it acknowledged that that's quite some time ago. But we've never had any issues with that water well, and it's been producing great water and able to easily sustain all the requirements for the household. And I guess I didn't mention that Brad and his family do live on the property right now, so it's regularly utilized, on a residential basis. I guess other than that, you know, we are cognizant that the density rules do allow straight up for just the 2 parcels, and that is certainly, we would state that if council does not see merit in 3 parcels, that that we would certainly walk away happy with the 2. Should council feel that that's better suited, notwithstanding the overall density within the quarter. But other than that, thank you very much for your time this morning. And if you do have any further questions, happy to answer. But thanks again.
Thank you. We'll go back to council administration for any questions. Just to touch base on the density piece again. Now you had said half or a quarter of the quarter is not developable. So I mean, I'm looking at the waterway that runs through, there's the railway tracks. But then east of the railway tracks, there's that strip of trees, and you talked about that in your presentation. So I'm guessing probably what, a quarter, a fifth or a sixth of your property that you're talking about today is not developable to the far west?
That would be correct. Yeah, the slopes, number one, they're within the property themselves. They're already protected by environmental reserve easement, so not developable for that reason alone. But notwithstanding, the similar slopes to the north and on the east, the west side of the coulee would have those same constraints. They're greater than 15% slopes, so they would be. And I said likely undevelopable in the sense that you throw as much money as you want at it, you could recontour them and build something into the side of a cliff. But based on the way we build here in Foothills County and Alberta, that's why it's stated that that included them in that 85 acre calculation. So I did included all of the slopes, including the land within our subdivision and the parcel, as well as the additional lands. Just from our experience with developability and so on and so forth, that I think is a conservative estimate on undevelopable or very difficult to develop land.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Yep.
Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair. What is the wildlife population like along that lovely riparian Wilson Coulee area?
Yeah, there's definitely, you know, on the lands to the north that aren't developed, there are some elk and deer that run through there, and the elk herds tend to continue through the valley itself where there is no development and population, so on and so forth. But there is definitely wildlife, and that environmental reserve easement precludes any fencing. There is no fencing on the slopes within our property or the adjacent property, so it allows free and clear movement through that area.
Okay, I don't see any other further questions for you guys, so we'll now go to Planning Officer Elliott. Any closing comments that you may have?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Nothing further. Go back to Council Administration one last time for any comments, questions you have at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council will be deliberating on this in due time. You're welcome to remain in the gallery to watch those deliberations, or you can also watch it online. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified, likely next week, for all those who are registered. Thank you very much, and hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are good to go. Okay, we don't need to switch. So council, while this is fresh in our minds, why don't we proceed with this item? Of our C1 Beverly Badkey Estate. This is in Division 5. Let's go, Councillor Alder. Did you want to start us off? Go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've struggled with this for quite a while in the overdensity, and we all know the overdensity history with me that we allowed one, I think 8 years ago, and I'm still hating myself for it because of the stir that it caused in the area of which we did that. And the reason I struggle with this one is because of the number of lots that are still developable within that area, and because of its proximity, I see that happening in the next number of years. And these applications are going to come in front of us and every one of them is going to say, well, we gave Badkey over density. Why don't we get it? So it's very precedent setting. There's no question about it. The 10 acres to the south that was denied in 2001, I think because it was done before Badkey's original subdivision probably had a little more agricultural feel to it, and probably that's why that was denied. But in today's realm, I would think that would probably have an approval. I'm not sure of that. Again, Mr. Gallagher spoke with his concerns, and he has a 20-acre parcel. There is the tree farm is also 20 acres and certainly developable, although you'd have to knock out a whack of trees to get a house in there, which would be a shame. It's a beautiful piece of property, but. And then the development to the north is 32 acres, which I think Mr. Elliott said, or Mr. Salmon said that could handle 6 lots. So I'm really I'm really struggling with the over density, I think, and the applicant spoke to it that 2 lots would be not preferable, but available. And then I think more fitting with the lots in the area. As I look to the east, every lot in the area is between 4 and 6 acres. There's only one smaller lot, which is the MR, which is 2.43 acres. So I'd be looking for a redraw for 2 lots as opposed to 3, but I'm happy to take advice from my trusted officials beside me. Thank you.
Okay, who else wishes to speak to this item? Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair, and I agree with Councillor Alger's comments that I too would also like to see a redraw for 2 lots in sticking with the 4 to 5 acre or 4 to 6 acre range with that aligns more with everything else in the area. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment too about the common, if the redraw, it includes a common approach, because we've seen that those can be problematic sometimes, maybe not in this scenario, but.
Okay, for myself, I can support the direction this is going. In terms of the over density, I don't really have a concern with it because there's so much of this quarter that is undevelopable, and the density policy is based on a quarter section by quarter section basis, not based upon what a different quarter section has. So with this quarter being unable to meet the density policy or unable to meet the density maximum, I'm not concerned about it, but I'm fine with 2 or 3. Anybody else? Deputy Vole?
Thank you. I'm fine with 2 or 3. And I think if we ask for the redraw, it will come in and the road will be solved for us. They'll indicate the best scenario for it, however that would be. Thanks.
Okay, are we ready for a motion? Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments coming from my fellow councillors. I thought there'd be a lot more pushback on this, so the density overage is not for the quarter. The density of the overage is 1 per 5 acres, basically, is where we're going.
Director Hemingway, I think last time.
It's a little bit of both, but what you're dealing with today is a request for an exemption to the density provision based on the parent parcel size. Where the Reeve was speaking to is he's more comfortable with this. In this circumstances, we don't believe that this quarter section will ever hit 32 units per quarter section because of probably at least a third of it being undevelopable. So we don't anticipate that it will end up being over density. Then we're not taking the density opportunity away from other portions of land. Because we will not even come close to 32 units per quarter section on this quarter section specifically. So yes, your exemption to the density provision is really based on the parent parcel size in this instance.
Yep.
But you're looking overall.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Alger's query, yes, I too am a little concerned about setting the precedent as the neighboring residents have indicated. I wouldn't be comfortable making an exemption for the density.
Okay, Councillor Alger, I see your light is still on.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion. I'd make the motion for option one, first reading and approval with a redraw for 2 lots. Which will not deal with the overdensity issue that we have, and it will not deal with the dual approach situation. And I'm happy with the development in the area, and I'm going to see more of it in this area. I'm almost positive of it, and I'm very concerned about the precedent setting factor of this redraw of 2 lots.
Okay, so that'd be first reading with the condition of a redraw to 2 lots. And then also there was that added condition that was presented of number 5, the septic disposal evaluation. That's included in the motion.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, all conditions. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Alger. Director Hemingway, were you, that was
I
before.
just wanted to confirm that council's comfortable with the conditions as executed. So the applicant isn't required to bring the redraw back in here for your support prior to moving forth on meeting the conditions. I'm quite comfortable that I'll know, I have to figure out what they're going to do. So I think it'll be okay.
Okay.
I'm fine with that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sounds good. So we have that motion. Don't see anybody else. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Okay, let's go back to our B items. Let's go to B6, bridge file 1331 precast girders, page 28 of our council agenda. Director of Public Works, Vion Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this request is for council to rescind resolution 17726 and approve a revised award for precasting of bridge girders for bridge file 1331. Just some background on this one. On March 4th of this year, council awarded the girder casting project for the bridge to Eagle Builders based on quotes that assumed standard girders. We did some further technical review and determined that these do in fact need to be skewed girders. And we had to go out for a new quote. The quotes came in, and as council can see, this time they include delivery. Nelson came in at 372,000 and Eagle Builders came in at 384,000. The previous quote we received was 342. So we're looking about 30,000 more at the end of the day. But we have $765,000 budgeted for this replacement. We'll come back later this year for the installation award to place the girders on the bridge when we have those quotes. There's a request and a proposed motion for council at the bottom of the report. Thanks.
Okay, so the request is to award the contract to K. Nelson as per the bid. As the area councillor, I don't have any concern with this. I think it needs done. Went for a walk across this bridge yesterday and walked across a section where the vehicles don't drive, like right on the edge. And I got a little scared when all of a sudden it got very hollow underneath and the concrete started giving away under my feet and crumbling. So I grabbed a piece with my hand about 1 inch thick and I just lifted it up. So very interesting bridge and fairly new. So anybody like For any comments or a motion to approve or otherwise? Councillor Kendall.
Sorry, I missed where this bridge is exactly.
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, it's the very south end of the county on 722, just west of Highway 2.
Mosquito Creek and Connemara. Yeah, I walk on the bridge. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and if you're ready, I will give you the motion to
Okay.
go with Nelson.
Motion to approve to bid to K. Nelson. Okay, take that motion. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B7, Engineering Standards Award of Engineering Services, page 35 of our agenda. We have two names down here, Director Kruger. We also have Technical Lead Mitchell. Is he coming or you handle this yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It will just be myself. They are out on inspections already.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Please proceed.
Thank you. For this one, Foothills County and retained K2 Engineering to prepare an invitational request for proposal for consultant services to review, update, and develop the county's engineering standards for implementation in 2026. This work is intended to ensure the county's engineering standards remain current, consistent with regional practices, and aligned with industry and regulatory requirements. The RFP was issued on March 9th to 4 engineering firms previously procured to the county's general engineering services roster. That term is from 2025 to 2027. Proposal closed on March 27th, at which time 4 submissions were received. They were received from ISL, MPE, Tetra Tech, and WSP. All proponents were invited under the same procurement process and submitted proposals in accordance with the RFP requirements. The proposals were evaluated by administration with the support from K2 Engineering. The evaluation team included myself, the technical lead, and the professional engineer from K2 Engineering, all doing the review independently. Each proposal was evaluated based on the criteria identified in the RFP, including fee proposals, qualifications, experience, capacity, including project understanding, relevant experience, proposed project team, schedule, organizational structure, and value-added items. The total estimated fees submitted ranged from approximately $57,000 to $147,000, excluding optional items. 3 proponents were provided estimate costs for all tasks required to complete the review. One of the proponents provides pricing for task 1 only, along with their hourly rates for the remaining tasks. Due to this significant higher task 1 cost, no further clarification was requested. The outcome of the evaluation is that all proponents demonstrated relevant experience in the development of the standards, sufficient capacity to do the work, and sound understanding. Based on the evaluation, ISL Land Services submitted the lowest task 1 cost and lowest overall estimated project cost. The evaluation team concluded that the proposal submitted by ISL Engineering Land Services represented the overall most advantageous proposal to the county. This project is an approved operational item on the 2026 budget. The proposed contract value of $57,000 is well within that budget. This inclusion here, the approval of this recommendation will allow the county to proceed with a scheduled review and update of its engineering standards, supporting consistent infrastructure design, development review, and long-term asset management. I'm available for any questions council might have. Thank you.
Council, any questions, comments? Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and through the chair to the floor. Just so I get this through my head correctly, we are asking an engineering firm to do an evaluation of how we want engineering firms to present or look at our projects.
Through the chair to Councillor Estes. So what it is When we call them servicing standards, engineering standards. Currently, what all we have is our road standards. And from what I can tell, even though the date on it is 2024, I believe, last revision, they date back to the early 2000s, and it's just a few road sketches for standards for road designs. So what we need is to develop a package that looks at more than just roads. We need stormwater guidelines. We need lot grading, site grading guidelines, TIA requirements, traffic impact assessment requirements, that is county specific. So right now we rely on anything that falls outside of our standards. We either look to our neighbors or we look to the city for standards for anything we don't have. And that can be challenging not only for staff, but also developers, engineers. They prefer a guideline to follow when they're developing a subdivision. Rules to follow. And for us on our end, it makes reviews, it just more, we can expedite it faster because we have the guidelines to follow. So if they don't meet a certain spec for a road or a certain standard for a stormwater pond, it's a simple question to them instead of where did you get your standards for this design? I have examples here I can run through council with of some of the other municipalities. And we can also discuss further in close if council wish the evaluation process and some of the proponent proposals.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I guess I'm just looking at this as asking an engineering firm to develop our standards, being that they also look at the projects and work for that side of it. So if we could discuss that further and closed, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Stead, you're suggesting an enclosed, you want it? Was that, did I understand that correct? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, why don't we just go in closed right now and we can have that discussion. Was that a motion to go in closed? Okay. All in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. So a couple minutes to go. Let's look at B7 engineering standards. Any further conversation or a motion? Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair, and I would give you the motion that council approve the award of engineering standards to ISL Engineering Land Services in the amount of 57,000.
Okay, so we got that motion. Anything further from anybody? All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B8. Very patiently waiting, MLA Fowler, Foothills County, Hattorian Brethren Church of Cayley, Northeast 9 and Northwest 10 of 1729, request to purchase undeveloped road allowance, page 37 of our agenda. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, and thank you, council. This here is a request to purchase an undeveloped road allowance. It's a portion of the original road allowance adjoining the east boundary of Northeast 9, 17 to 29 West 4, and the west boundary of Northwest 10. And it contains about 2 acres. The applicant is the Hattorian Brethren Church of Cayley. Also, you'd see it, the land ownership is under Cayley Colony Farming Co. And the road allowance is located about 5.5 kilometers southwest of the hamlet of Cayley on 690 Ave East, within an undeveloped portion of 56th Street East. So they submitted a letter in February this year to request council's consideration to purchase and consolidate a portion of their undeveloped road allowance that bisects the properties owned by the applicant. This portion of undeveloped road allowance lies between the Northeast 9 and Northwest 10. Foothills County has been working with the applicants on a land use application to bring their property into compliance with the land use bylaw. The planning department will be bringing the land use application through a public hearing process to council later this spring. The outcome of this application may affect the items they bring forth at that time. This portion of road allowance runs directly through the main yard of the colony, and multiple buildings are located partially within its boundaries. The intention would be to consolidate the land half into the northeast of 9 and half into the northwest of 10. This split would ensure that each existing building is wholly located within the quarter section and not on the new quarter section line. I've included a map in one of the appendix that shows it up close, and you'll see how that would work right down the center. Should this application for purchase and consolidation be successful, the applicant will work with the surveyor and land titles to consolidate the northeast and southeast quarters into one parcel. So that would become East 9, and the northwest and southwest quarters into one parcel, becoming West 10. This would ensure that the portions of Southeast 9 and Southwest 10 on the north side of Mosquito Creek are not landlocked by the closure, and help solve some other setback issues. I've also included another map that outlines that, because it's complicated here, but when you see it, it makes really good sense. The applicant currently licenses the road allowance between East 9 and West 10 and would continue to license the remaining portions should this purchase be successful. The applicant owns all adjoining parcels for quite a good distance around this area also. So our request of council today is that they're amenable to the landowner's request to direct administration to proceed with the public hearing in order to consider the road closure of the portion of undeveloped road allowance. Thank you.
Thank you, MLA Fowler, for that. I guess as the area resident, I don't have a problem with this. I think this colony has been here for a lot of years. I think it's almost 90 years ago that the Cayley Colony bought the CC Ranch, and have developed all of the buildings and things that have come over the past 90-ish years. So this is a long-standing colony, and I think they're just trying to get everything into line with our land use bylaw, and multiple steps involved in that process. And this is kind of the first step. I'll be interested to see what Alberta Transportation has to say with this. Typically, they would only approve these right-of-way purchases, not right-of-way. What's the term I'm looking for? Road allowance purchases when there's a river or something like that, which is not the case here. But this is certainly a unique situation with the colony owning all the land around it, and kind of a long-standing landowner. I do appreciate that they're not looking to go all the way up to the north end, just the south portion of that road allowance. So I would look forward to going forward with a public hearing on this and hearing what just the next steps involved. So I would support it and look forward to it. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, if there's ever an application that makes more sense than this one, I don't know, but just the way the yard is laid out. Ms. Fowler, I see the road allowance to the west is also in a conflict. Is that part and parcel of these, like, will there be another application coming in to deal with that one? I see a building running right through the middle of the road allowance.
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, not at this time. They were looking at making sure that the yard itself, they were taking care of this first, and that might come forward at a later date.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the chair, motion to go to public hearing.
Okay, I got that motion. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. Council, it is at 12, but we had an item we want to cover before we break for lunch. We've got municipal advisor Eva Cameron here. So if you'll indulge just staying a little bit longer, let's go to item B12. That's our emergent item, transfer station garbage fee increase. I'm going to go to Deputy Reeve Old to get us started on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate having our municipal advisor with us during this time. And I thank you. I also have a handout that I'd like to give to. I don't know if CEO Payne feels inclined to do that since he's handing another one out as well. But if you could also hand one out to our municipal advisor as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. So just to give you context of why this is before us here today, this topic is the transfer station garbage fee. And I'll just kind of summarize what is stated, but it's not that long. I just like to restate it. As the local councillor for Division 4, I'm receiving communications from very upset residents who are angry about the increase to the Prentice transfer station garbage fee from $2 to $5 per bag. The previous cost to purchase a $10 or a 10 pack of bags was $20, and it's raised to $50 this week due to the fee increase. The garbage disposal service is viewed as a special benefit for Northwest Foothills County residents that is much appreciated by residents. This service is a visible example which shows taxpayers that they receive something for their ongoing increasing taxes. Residents have identified that through their significantly increasing taxes, they believe they are contributing to this service and would be grateful to the county for absorbing some costs in recognition of this. They have stated that the percentage of increase is outrageous, that they have received no notice or explanation and do not support this sudden increase. I hope that we can discuss a path forward where we can consider the perspectives of the Northwest Foothills residents who live a great distance away from centralized landfill services and who sincerely appreciate the long-standing benefit of affordable garbage disposal at the Prentice transfer station and the Diamond Valley transfer station. You saw a little handout there, so please refer to that. I just let you know there's some emails in there and an article. I wrote an article recently in February edition of the High Country News, which is now out of date as according the one price tag has increased from the county. But the purpose of the article was to highlight waste management solutions within for citizens in the Northwest. And I did interview a few organizations and companies to get a comparison to show the cost for private and county services and some of our regional services. So I just wanted to draw your attention to the article part on that. And then, of course, I would look forward to what our municipal advisor has to share as well, and for sure your comments. But one thing I wanted to draw your attention to is some math that I did. And I see that we've got some math from our municipal advisor as well. So the math I wanted to share with you was what I've done for research on the cost per bag in the area. And so you have Rocky View County Transfer Station, which is in the area. That is $4 a bag. plus they charge an additional fee for Foothills residents, but that's very close by. That's at Bragg Creek. The LRC, so again, that's multiple bags, but they have a minimum charge of $12. Prentice and Diamond Valley has just been raised to $5. And one private, I'll just say private company number one that you can see on my article, which they have a price tag for 16 weeks. And I just did a calculation where I divided that into a per month and then a per week charge for an amount of 3 bags. So they can have up to 3 bags for that. And that cost comes in at $5.46 for someone who gets the garbage picked up from their home. Pardon me, I'll just say company number 2 calculated the same thing. I just divided by the price tag they provided, divided it by into a week increment, and then divided to the 3 bags. And their price tag comes at $4.33 per bag for a pickup service from the home. So I just wanted to share that with you, as I know there's a number of different factors that we're considering, and I would really appreciate the opportunity to discuss restoring the fee or perhaps an incremental arrangement where it isn't all in one, I guess you say, sudden increase as what has occurred here in the last week. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh, I see you got your light on right away. I'm just wondering, should we go to Municipal Advisor Eva Cameron for his first, or did you want to go to something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, I'll just throw this out for CAO Payne, in our bills. Friesen Plastic Incorporated, is that the invoice for these bags? Okay. Well, I worked it out to $1.72. 4,052 divided by 7,000 bags divided by 7,000, 4,000. Maybe I did the math backwards.
This is the bag.
Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that. I do have a question on that bill, but it can wait.
Okay, I believe that was a number from bills and accounts today, correct? Not from any papers that were just handed out.
That was from bills and accounts today.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Municipal Manager Eva Cameron, you had more presentation on this?
I did create a little bit of a handout as to where I got the numbers from. So when council's direction is utilities are supposed to be cost neutral, and there are some rules around water and sewer. So if we look at the hamlets where we provide pickup, we have a contract with T&T, and they pick up the garbage, and it's just a little over $17 a month per household for garbage collection in the hamlets. So when we look at the this sheet that has the orange and yellow markers on it, so there's one item, Silvertip Alderside garbage pickup is in those numbers. I took those out, and the $1,002, that's the revenue side of it. As we go down further, there is garbage other services. That was 19,711. So I took that out as an expense. And then there's what we pay the towns for recycling services is 100 and this is 2025, 179,035. So our total, we were collecting about 50,000, and our total expenses, I'm rounding off, for 125,000. So in order to become cost neutral, the increase to $5 a bag, all things created equal, would wipe out the net loss. So that's where I got the numbers from, and you know, it is in the fee schedule bylaw, so in order to change the fee, I believe would require a bylaw amendment for the bags.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and I also did get an email, but it's from a resident who lives in Division 2. So I had a number of questions yesterday. I didn't get answers to everything. And although I do feel maybe jumping to 5 right away was perhaps a bit much, maybe we could have gone, you know, at a different increment. But I have a number of questions I did ask this morning, but I'll ask them again. For how long has it been $2?
It's so far back, I didn't check, but it's probably 20 years.
Okay, so if you were to take one garbage bag to the dump, to the landfill, it's a $12 minimum. And if you load up the truck with 8 bags, it is the $12 minimum until you reach 100 kgs, and then you pay the fees on top of that. So if you're, I guess where I'm going with this is that if we have people in Division 2 running out and buying bags and running them to the dump, I mean, there's maybe these were started for the Prentice and Millerville area residents, given those for those transfer stations. I'm sorry, that was another question. So was this started because of those transfer stations?
Oh, the transfer stations existed prior to the landfill. We had 3, the DeWinton transfer station and Prentice and Black Diamond. And they were originally waste disposal sites. So they were, well, we'll say it as they were dumps. So the Prentice transfer station sits on the landfill, and the Black Diamond one does as well. The Winton one was bought, and all the garbage hauled into Calgary to clean it up because it has potential for being developed as part of Calgary. So that's why we went down to the 2. And then when the landfill started charging our residents, well, and actually I think most of the people that use the landfill are from Okotoks who generate more than 2 bags a week. It was needed to develop a sort of a flat fee to try and keep things moving in there, and then the bins, the what they call them, the quick drop off, were established as well. So the transfer stations have been there a long time, and at a certain point, it become you couldn't manage it because people would just fill the bins, and we didn't have a caretaker there. And you know, the bins were on fire a few times, and different issues that we had. So we at a certain point we had to put staff there at Black Diamond and Prentice to manage what was being put into the bins. It was very expensive prior to bringing the bag charge in place, as the bins were always full. So council, instead of closing the 2 transfer stations, decided to charge a fee, and you know, the costs have expanded over the years. As you can see, salary and wages and benefits for the 2 sites are just over $62,000 a year, and they're part-time. Where those they're not open, you know, 24/7. They have restricted hours.
I just want to follow up. So I'm not sure if you answered this or not. The $2 bags, were they brought in for the area residents to make it easier?
They were brought in to try and obtain some revenue for the cost of providing this service. And probably when it started at $2, it was pretty close to cost recovery because we didn't have any staff wages. And so, but, you know, over the years, time has gone by and costs have escalated.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor McHugh.
So just to clarify that there's no tipping fee here. It's just that much to dump a bag. It's really not the price of the purchase price of the bag. That's the question here.
Yeah, all we receive there is the $2 a bag, but of course, when we bring the bins to the landfill, then the county pays the tipping fee at the landfill for the bins. So based on the weight, I think the cost is the biggest cost is the trucking of the bins to the landfill, and then the tipping fee. It's just about the same. So tipping or the landfill charges are just over $22,000. They're in this. They're on this sheet. So it's $50,000 just to truck the garbage to the landfill and then pay the tipping fee.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gosh. I didn't know this was an issue. I guess when you just deal with your own garbage always, I mean, it's quite a nice thing at Pritis. If Pritis residents didn't do this, where would they have to travel to, or I guess, and when you live in, what's it called, Hawks Landing or Pritis, you can't really have your own TNT pickup. So you either have to use this service or go to the closest dump, which would be.
Good, I think you got the answers.
So there's there's some services that the county does oversee. Pretty Screens does their own overseeing, but we oversee Hawks Landing. And the prices that I obtained from the companies was that $16 a week for 3 bags, but they come directly to your home once a week and pick up from your home. We have a service that's open 2 days a week, and you can deposit up 1 bag or as many bags as you wish. So it gives an opportunity for flexibility in the amount. So you are dealing with your own garbage yourself, but they are quite significantly, it's a 100-kilometer round trip to go to the site. And this provides a very economical solution to the citizens. And then, of course, there's another one that's in between the neighborhoods for Diamond Valley and Foothills County, and has services there and has garbage disposal there, as well as a couple of other services. So this is something that the citizens have greatly appreciated and recognize that there is some inflation, but the shock of the price tag has been described to us as out of range, and they weren't sure if we were asking for more than what it was worth. And it's really interesting to see a comparison of what you can get for a private delivery service, which is the numbers I gave you earlier. I can repeat if you want, but essentially they were down at $4.33 and $5.46 per bag, and we're asking for $5 for the Pritis and Diamond Valley transfer stations, and Rocky View is at $4. So if we could do something in recognition of the great appreciation the citizens find it to be, and also because I think people are very sensitive about the exponential increase in taxes, they feel like this was something that's very visible for them as something that really supports them as their price tag increases a lot and will be again. And so I think it might be nice to consider recognizing their contributions and their, I would say, attachment and very appreciative attachment to continuing that service there. if we could perhaps raise it incrementally as opposed to all in one shot. And we have other examples that we do. We treat our utilities. We've looked at those over years where, over many years, we've come to aim for full cost operational recovery for water services and then other solutions for capital. But we didn't do it all in one shot. We did it over time, and we did charts and explanations. We gave notice, and we had instead of a shock, here you are, the price tag of this has been put up for you. And, if you're bringing in one garbage bag, it's not a lot, but we have a lot of younger families moving in. So there's people that are, you're truly trying to take advantage of this great opportunity here, but also the surprise of it is something that they're just not sure. We could end up with less people using the service and so on. And we do really want to keep this open, and we do want to support, at least I feel I like to support all those who are participating in the use of our transfer stations. So if we can consider something as a modest increase and then give a lot of notice for the citizens, I think that would be really, really appreciated. So if we were to go to $3 and then give notice about the next increment and just let them know it's coming, I know we have to make a change to our bylaw, but I think it would really recognize the requests from the citizens, and also their concerns could be addressed, and we could do this in a fair way. Thank you.
Okay, I guess for myself, as I look at garbage disposal in Division 1, if we want cheap, inexpensive garbage disposal, we move to a village or a town or something like that, where it's picked up at our doors every week. That is by far the cheapest way to go. You move outside of that, and in Division 1, and there's a few different options people use. $150 a month is a pretty common one. You pay somebody to have a dumpster there, and they come once a month and pick it up. There is a similar program that some people take their bags to Nanton, and you can drop your garbage off there. Or you spend a couple $1,000s on an incinerator, and thereby significantly reduce your operating costs, because you certainly reduce the weight that has to be taken to the landfill. Just a quick look at Google Maps. Many residents in Division 1 are just as far away from the landfill as residents who use this transfer station. They have to make that trek to deal with their garbage. So I guess to use taxpayer dollars to subsidize tax or subsidize garbage collection, I'm just not sure that that's the right direction to be going. Yeah, it's a big increase all at once, but at the end of the day, it's actually not that big of an increase in price, and it's due over the years. So just my thoughts. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So having staff there just for this bin, I mean, it feels like it's sort of babysitting people for a pretty, like, how many of the dumpsters are there? Could we save any money that way?
So our history, they were unmanned, and then it was a show of uncontrolled dumping, and also fires. People would bring in their burning barrels and dump them into the bins, and then that becomes a big problem. And so we finally had to put some limits on it, because it became far more expensive than what you're seeing here. We would be hauling a daily dump tandem truckload of shingles on the side of the road, and then we have to clean it up. As the price of landfilling becomes more expensive, but we're very fortunate to have the landfill that we have, and our costs are quite a bit lower than most areas, and we still have a very well-funded operation that's quite central to the county.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. Are we ready for motion, Deputy Vole?
Sure, I'd like to test out a motion to increase this incrementally as opposed to all in one shot. So I would appreciate if you would consider that, I think if residents watch our discussion today and see the numbers, they'll understand that we would like to move towards a higher rate and still be fair with residents. But I would like to test out a motion to raise the rate to $3 per bag and then give a notice for the next time that we want to increase the rate with a substantial amount of notice in a way that they would see it, particularly when they attend the transfer sites, so that there would be a chance for them to adjust to the price and bring appropriate funds and plan for it. And I think it's an affordable option that many of the residents really consider a benefit, that they appreciate it and would like us to continue. So I'd like to see us do this incrementally and instead of the hard surprise that came in the last week. So I'd like to test that motion out, that we would be able to move the price incrementally and start with $3 instead of $5, and that we would make the appropriate changes to the bylaw as needed and provide the notification so that the citizens would understand what they're facing. And it's only been in place a short time, so I'm sure we can adjust to make that happen and then put notices where needed. Thank you.
Okay, so just for clarity, that would be first reading to the amendment to the bylaw to move it to $3. Is that?
So I might need clarification from our CAO on how would be the most technical way to achieve this. Would it come with a motion to start with or a first reading?
Yeah, and it's at council's purview. Maybe there's two pieces to it. One counselor has asked about timing to review the fee and how that might be phased in. So maybe that's a separate resolution by council, but in order to affect a change to the current fee, it would require an amendment to the bylaw. So a first reading to amend to $3 per bag, according to the Deputy Reeves' prior motion, might be the appropriate route for council to take.
Sure. So we're looking at potentially two motions coming out then. One would be a first reading to amend the bylaw at $3, and then a following motion that might capture the phase-in aspect of it. Does that sound comprehensible?
Okay, so we'll take first motion first would be the first reading to $3.
That if that's the appropriate way to handle this, then yes.
Okay. Okay, so we have that motion for first reading to an amendment to the fee bylaw to move the bag price to $3 from the current $5. Okay, Councillor Alger, you're up.
Thanks, sir. I can certainly live with that motion. I'm just wondering, Councillor or Deputy Revol, if you can tell me who put this sign up.
So what I understand is we had publicized this on social media, but not everybody does that. So there was a couple places we located the information. It was on the landfill website and there. And that was put up by the person that is manning the station, just to advise people that that was happening on site.
Okay, so that typically should have been done from our
So
letter.
perhaps we can do it in a little bit more formal of a way.
Yeah.
And provide a little bit more notice and all the things that would help with the uptake of information.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that 100%. I don't think the $5 is the catcher. It's the $2 to $5 that's the catcher. I agree with you 100%.
And so what they pay is $20. They were paying from $20 to $50.
Yeah, and with proper notice, people could have bought bags in advance and given themselves a kind of a year to soften the blow, if you will. So
certainly
this was very sudden, and this is tacky as can be. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Would anybody be amenable to 350, kind of cutting it in half?
Can I speak to that?
Joey, would that be a friendly amendment, Deputy Vole?
So a toonie and a loony or 3 loonies is just really easy. 50 cents, you're going to get into trouble. A lot of people pay cash. So they're for sale at a couple of different locations where you could do the incremental, but on the site, they do sell at the Purtis transfer station on site for cash. So an even number would be easier. So they would come up, I think it'd be easier. Plus, I think it's a fair way to make a change. And then obviously my would be making a second motion following this for incremental. So I'd like to start with 3 if that's agreeable, if that explanation helps.
Okay. I don't see anything else from anybody, so I will call the question. We have that motion to move the to $3. All those in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. So we'll get that back on the agenda for second and third in due time. With that, I would look for a motion to adjourn for lunch. Sorry, I need a motion. Who's going to move that? Councillor Alger, I'm getting distracted. All in favor? Motion carries. Oh, okay, we'll come back after lunch. Thanks. Welcome back. I will call the public hearing for item C2 on our agenda. I am sorry if I mess up the names. I'm sure you've had names messed up before. Public hearing for Madiochin and Shliapnikova, Northwest 15-21-1 west of 5, site-specific amendment, page 78 of our agenda. Ms. Stanley, would you please introduce council and administration this afternoon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today we have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I will lay out the procedures for our public hearing this afternoon. We will start our procedures with a presentation from our planning officer. Today, that is Planning Officer Smith. Following her presentation, we will go to the applicants for any presentation or comments that you have. Following that, we will go to members of the gallery and the public who do wish to speak. And we do ask people to keep comments that are relevant to the application and try to limit your comment time to about 5 minutes-ish. Following that, we will go to closing comments, first to the applicants and then back to our planning officer. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Smith, please proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon, Reeve and Council. The application before you this afternoon is from the landowners requesting a site-specific amendment to the Country Residential District land use rules. The subject 7.31 acre property, identified by the red star on the map and highlighted in blue on the ortho photo, is located within Division 5, within the Crocus Meadows subdivision, directly north of Crocus Meadows Drive, and approximately 460 meters east of 48th Street West and 970 meters west of Highway 552. The proposal before council today is a result of enforcement after the county received complaint that the property contained 3 dwelling units, being the primary dwelling, a full walkout basement suite within the primary dwelling, and a detached guest house on the property. The basement suite and guest house were being advertised and utilized as hosted short-term vacation rentals without proper approvals in place. Today's application is step 1 of one option presented to the landowners to bring the property into compliance through requesting site-specific amendment to the Country Residential Land Use Rules to allow the existing additional dwelling unit to remain and to allow for 2 hosted tourist homes to operate as permitted uses. Should council approve the application as presented today, a subsequent development permit will be required to be submitted to allow for 2 secondary suites, and those 2 suites to be used as hosted tourist homes. As per Land Use Bylaw Section 13.1.7.2 of the Country Residential Land Use District, the maximum dwelling unit density for a parcel under 80 acres is 1 dwelling single family and either 1 dwelling secondary suite or 1 dwelling temporary. Both the existing additional dwelling units on the property being considered for use as tourist homes would be classified as secondary suites as per section 10.26 of the Land Use Bylaw. Therefore, the parcel currently contains 3 dwelling units, which requires consideration by council as part of this site-specific amendment. The Land Use Bylaw defines tourist homes as a dwelling unit operated with the intent of a vacation rental or lease on a short-term basis that is occupied by guests for a period not to exceed 30 days. Tourist homes are categorized as either unhosted accommodation, where the owner or operator does not reside on the dwelling or in the dwelling, during the period it is occupied by guests, and hosted accommodation where the owner or operator does reside in the dwelling during the period it is occupied by guests. The application identifies this request to be hosted accommodation. The application identifies the following regarding operation of the tourist homes. Use of the existing 3,100 square foot walkout basement and 500 square foot detached guest house. For year-round short-term rental accommodation with the owners residing in the main floor of the dwelling with no non-resident employees proposed. 4 vehicle trips are anticipated by guests daily with parking available located on the west side of the property directly south of the existing barn. Water use is proposed as per standard residential use, utilizing the water well on site. Any water use for commercial purposes will require approval or waiver of such approval through Alberta Environment as condition of a subsequent development permit. Under section 10.25, the operation of a tourist home, unhosted or hosted, which exceeds the requirements of a bed and breakfast, shall require a site-specific amendment and an approved development permit under all land use districts. Development permits for tourist homes will only be permitted for a temporary period of 12 or 24 months at a time, which will be determined by the development officer at time of application. Where approved, tourist homes shall be developed and operated in accordance with the following to ensure impacts of the commercial use do not unduly affect amenities of the residential neighborhood it is located. These provisions include intent of the occupant is to stay for short-term vacation rather than use as a residence. None of the sleeping units or bedrooms within the dwelling are permitted to contain a kitchen or kitchen facilities. Tourist homes shall not interfere with the rights of other residents to quiet enjoyment of residential neighborhood. Only an approved dwelling by way of building permit is permitted to be used for overnight accommodation. 1 parking stall per bedroom is provided on site. Ensure the dwelling unit conforms to Alberta safety codes and other provincial regulations, such as Alberta Health Services. Ensure the dwelling is inspected and signed off by municipal fire. And apologies, and may not display any form of signage unless approved as part of the subsequent development permit. This application was circulated to all required provincial, municipal, and utility agencies. The county's Public Works Department provided a response of no concerns, however, provided advisory comments regarding acquiring appropriate water licensing and to monitor and address quality control of the water source. And Public Works also noted it would be worth examining the current septic system to determine if it can handle the increased intake of this application. Building and safety codes advise all permits are required to bring the basement suite and guest house into compliance as dwelling units. And municipal fire provided comments to be addressed at time of development. Municipal addressing provided the landowners will be required to contact the county's GIS department to obtain updated civic addresses and emergency address signage at time of development. And no further comments or concerns were provided from utilities circulated. The application was circulated to area landowners within a half mile on April 1st and advertised in the April 8th and 15th issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel. 9 letters from area landowners and 1 letter submitted by the applicant have been received prior to today's hearing and have been circulated. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Council Administration for any questions you may have. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your presentation. I'm looking under the definition of tourist home and what you had for, so 1025 tourist home doesn't speak to the 30-day rule, but I'm looking on our staff report under definitions in tourist home occupied by guests or guests for a period not to exceed 30 days. So that's written in that definition.
I have it up here. So the tourist home means a dwelling unit operated with the intent of a vacation rental or lease on a short-term basis that is occupied by a guest or guests for a period not to exceed 30 days.
Yeah, okay, so the next slide though, that is 10.25, or maybe the one before it. Yeah, that one. Doesn't have that verbiage in there. Pardon? This is not the definition. This is the actual bylaw.
Yes.
Per se. Okay. All right, thanks for that. That's all I got for now.
Okay, Director Hemingway?
Officer Smith, help me understand what these buildings are. So there's two houses or two residences constructed. Neither of them have building permits?
The primary dwelling does have building permits. The secondary suite in the basement does not, as far as I am aware, as well as the guest house that is located to the north of the primary dwelling. With my research, the primary dwelling has the proper approvals. There was an application back in 1998 for the existing barn and guest house to be moved onto the property. That application was refused.
Okay.
And sometime between 98 and 2000 and I have that date, 2004, those structures were brought onto the property by a previous landowner. There were no permits pulled for either of those.
Okay. And how does the suite in the lower level of the residence work? Now, I can always ask the applicants this question if you don't know the details of it. But is it not designed as not designed as a secondary suite, so it doesn't have its own separate utility system and things like that?
My understanding is that it has been developed as a secondary suite principle. So it has its own access. It does have own kitchen facilities, bedrooms, bathrooms.
Okay. And in the guest house?
Guest house, same thing, would be considered as a detached secondary suite.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Okay, I don't see anything else. So I will go to the applicant now for your presentation or comments. If you could start by introducing yourselves and then proceed with anything you have to share.
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Vitaly Matyushin, and I want to begin by acknowledging the concerns raised by my neighbors where I made mistakes in this process. Unfortunately, my wife, Anastasia Shlepnikova, and I have lived in Crocus Meadows for less than 3 years. Coming from urban background, this is our first experience living in a rural community. And we are still learning the expectations, customs, and communication norms that long-term rural residents understand naturally. So I must admit that I hesitated to approach neighbors directly because I was unsure about the trespassing boundaries, and I didn't want to make anyone uncomfortable. As a result, I relied too heavily on the formal application and hearing process, thinking this would be the appropriate place to hear concerns and answer questions. I now understand that this created frustration, and I sincerely regret not reaching out sooner. It wasn't intentional, and I'm committed to improving communication going forward. I also want to address the fact that we operated the guest house for some time before applying. That wasn't out of ignorance, disrespect, or an attempt to avoid rules. We were simply unfamiliar with the county process and didn't realize a permit was required. As soon as we were notified by the county, we immediately began the application process. Since then, we have followed every step asked of us. I also want to clarify the scope of our application. The original submission included both the guest house and the lower level of our main house. So we didn't apply for barn development. We don't have intention to use it for any commercial use. So after hearing the concerns from neighbors, we are prepared to withdraw the lower level it's entirely from this application. And our request today is only for the guest house with the strict limit of 2 guests. The guest house, as it was mentioned before, is a small self-contained space with no full kitchen. Only a shower, 2 sinks, and a dishwasher, which significantly reduces water and septic load. I understand the concerns about aquifer capacity and septic systems, and we are fully prepared to provide any well flow tests, septic evaluations, or professional assessments the county requires. We are also willing to accept conditions such as quiet hours, parking rules, limits on outdoor use, and even no fire pit condition if council believes that is appropriate. I also want to highlight our experience as experienced hosts. My wife, Anastasia, has been Airbnb super host for 7 years, operating in Calgary with excellent rating and 0 neighbor complaints. We have a very strict guest screening process. We only accept guests with well-established Airbnb accounts, 0 negative feedback, and a verified government ID on file with Airbnb. We do not accept resident guests with clear arrival instructions, GPS pins, and on-property address signage to ensure they do not approach neighboring driveways. We take these concerns seriously, as we will do everything possible to prevent them. So finally, I want to say that we value the rural character of Crocus Meadows. We choose this community because of its quiet setting, and we want to be respectful, contributing neighbors. We are asking for the opportunity to operate a very small, carefully managed guest house, nothing more. With clear conditions and open communication, we believe that this can be done smoothly and without negative impact on the community. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions council might have.
Thank you very much. Anastasia, do you have anything else you wanted to add?
I agree with my husband and I support. That's all.
Okay.
If you have any question, I can answer. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go to council administration for any questions you may have. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Matuchin. How do you foresee your guests in the little cabin for meals, and like, is there a barbecue or cooking surfaces or hot plates or?
Yeah, we have a propane barbecue in a small gazebo, which is next to the guest house. Okay. So that's it. So, and then we only have a 2-burner top cook plate for cooking and a microwave.
Okay.
So the guests, they bring their own food, and if they want to use barbecue, we give them this option.
Okay, and you're not planning to supply any meals or?
No.
Okay, thank you for that.
So, and it's, that place is intended only for like a quiet short-term stay, and most of our guests, they just stay inside and enjoying a little private area behind the house.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just hello to the applicants. I was just curious, when you bought this property, were the previous owners using all the barn and the guest house for tourist homes as well?
I don't know. No, as far as I know, yeah, they use the barn for some chicken, probably growing operations. But other than that, yeah, I'm not aware of any other businesses or activities they had on the properties.
She had a horse. Had a horse. Yeah, previous owner, she had a horse. One.
You need to get close to the mic. We can't hear you without.
Oh, sorry. I was told that she had a horse. Previous owner, she had a horse and chicken.
Yeah.
In this barn, but we use it like only like for stuff. Yeah.
For
that's all.
storage.
For storage.
So you converted it from a chicken and horse barn to more of a dwelling?
No, barn is not used at all. So barn is used only for personal storage. So there is nothing in the barn. It's only a guest house, which is north of a main house, 500 square feet detached structure. That's the only one which is used for short-term staying. The barn is not used at all. And we don't plan to use it for any commercial purposes.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. So we will now go to members of the public that wish to speak. First on my list, I have a Gabrielle Zakota. I see you are online. You can just unmute yourself and please proceed.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm a resident and landowner in Crocus Meadows. And yeah, I oppose the change of regulations regarding allowing a host tourist home. The area, a host tourist home, in my opinion, is mainly a commercial business. And under my understanding within the Crocus Meadow regulations is that it's for use, not to be used as a commercial, any commercial businesses run out of it. It's for the enjoyment of local residents and enjoying and knowing your community members and keeping it in that spirit. A lot of other members got a lot more detail into the concerns about the water and the sewer, and that has been brought up. So I won't go down that path as well. But those are the main concerns I have at this moment and would like to keep it kind of as is.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions from council and Min? Seeing none, thank you very much, Gabrielle, for coming. Next on my list, I have Elisa Zakota. Did you wish to speak? Please, the mic right there.
Am I allowed to ask the applicant a question?
You're certainly welcome to throw questions out. And if they choose to, they can answer when it comes time for closing comments.
Okay, so what was originally being asked for in the original application, in my opinion, represented basically a small motel. I don't begrudge anyone trying to make a buck. Cost of living, everything's expensive. I guess my question is though, and I read through last night the applicant response to our concerns, which I agree with the majority of them with those letters that were submitted. So I don't think I need to revisit that either. So the goal is not commercial expansion, but you say in your final point, but to me, what's originally being asked is pretty commercial. Why is a secondary suite not sufficient? Why couldn't we go down the route that the MD already is offering? It is a source of income. And I also am
wondering how this is really going to be enforced. And can the MD enforce this? I know we can all promise that we'll follow the rules, but it's hard to enforce them most of the time. For instance, what happens if the host has to leave and then there is no host there, or certain things. Same with the actions of the tenants. Everybody has good intentions all the time, but stuff happens. And again, I don't think that was the original intent of the subdivision in the spirit of it. And you did make a comment saying that you have a stellar Airbnb business in Calgary, and you've got great reviews, great tenants. I'm sure well, actually, I don't know, but I assume that the city of Calgary does have regulations, certain regulations in place or permits that you have to get. So I guess just my question is, wouldn't you have looked into this with the MD before doing this throughout the past 2 years? We haven't had any incidents with anybody yet, but we do notice the increased traffic, strangers walking. We have people that stop by our house, take a picture of it. It's a log home. They've maybe not seen many of them. Like, I stand there and I look at people and I don't want to assume everybody's up to something. But it does kind of get a little uncomfortable after a while. And I guess if this is approved, but I see it's been it's been reduced to just the guest house in behind. There is the precedence too that others in the subdivision can also go this route and apply for that too. But again, I go back to my question, is my original question, why is a secondary suite not sufficient if the goal is not commercial expansion? So.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any questions from council or administration from Ms. Dakota? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Dakota, there was a question I missed. Councillor McHugh.
So through the chair to the concerned resident, so under a secondary suite, it could be, I'm just trying to delineate if it was a secondary suite and it's rented out, you're comfortable with that because it's just one tenant. And so it's on the tourist home aspect, it's the fact that that's not delineated. You don't recognize who's there, right? Kind of just looking for a little clarification on the difference of your concerns between secondary suite and tourist home.
Right. Exactly. I think if it's a longer term tenant, there's significantly less traffic. You're still generating an income. I'm not saying this person couldn't be, a detriment to the area or whatever, but yeah, just in my mind, I think that would be acceptable in my mind.
Okay, and Councillor Alger has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair to the Zakotas. Just kind of going off what Mr. McHugh said. So what you're hearing today, are you a little bit more at ease that just being the one little cabin and
Yeah,
a couple of people?
Yeah, like we're not against having newcomers. Like, don't want to be overly overregulated. But again, when reading the original application, instantly my mind goes to like a 6-unit motel, basically. And they can stay up to 30 days. They can stay 1 day, 2 day, however long they want. But I think with what the MD already has available with the secondary suite for longer term tenants, I think that's acceptable. And then two, just again, less traffic, less people wandering around. And the other thing too, yeah, like you can't control people where they're going or whose property they're accidentally stepping onto or whatnot. And signage, you're probably going to need some signs because the UPS drivers get lost out there all the time and are dropping parcels off every which way. So it's, yeah, but I'm not opposed to a secondary suite. No.
Okay, thank you for that. And I would make a comment that you do have a very beautiful home. I drive by it all the time. It's quite.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Dakota. I don't see anything else. So we'll go to the next on my list. I have Amy Giordani.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak in opposition to this application. And there are three key issues I would like to highlight. So the existing non-compliance, ongoing unpermitted use, and the serious concerns raised by neighboring residents. First, according to your own staff report, this parcel does not meet the land use bylaw. Parcels between 5 acres and 9.9 acres are permitted to a maximum of 4 accessory buildings with a cumulative size of 3,500 square feet. This property has 6 accessory buildings totaling 3,713 square feet. That exceeds both the number and the allowable size, and that is a clear violation. And second, the property has been operating as a short-term rental on Airbnb, with one rental having over 100 reviews in approximately 2 years. That level of activity reflects an ongoing commercial operation. So, and to my understanding, that has occurred without proper approval. So I ask, what enforcement action has been taken? Have there been any penalties? And if not, why not? Because from the outside, it appears the rules were exceeded, a business was operating, and approval is now being sought after the fact. Third, I want to address the restrictive covenant on this subdivision. It is clearly intended these lots for country residential use, preserving a quiet rural environment with minimal impact. A short-term rental is considered a commercial use under the county's own bylaw, and that is fundamentally inconsistent with that intent. This matters because it reflects what this community was designed to be and what residents reasonably expect. Neighboring residents have raised consistent and serious concerns. These include water supply, septic capacity, environmental impacts, drainage, wetlands, and cumulative density. These are not isolated objections. They are repeated concerns from people who live with the impacts every day. And when you combine these concerns with what we already know, the property is overbuilt and appears to be operating commercially without approval, it creates a clear picture. This is not a compliant application, and this is not low impact use. Approving it would suggest that the rules can be ignored and addressed later through application process, undermining fairness and confidence in this system. And before I conclude, I want to address a procedural concern. With this application not being formally amended, the applicant has submitted a list of changes they say they were willing to make and have also removed the Airbnb listing that was online until yesterday. Respectfully, those statements to change are not part of this formal application, and they have not been reviewed or validated through the standard process, and they're not enforceable. If the applicant wishes to pursue a different proposal, the appropriate path is to submit a revised application and allow proper review by administration and public. If the applicant, given the history of apparent non-compliance, it is reasonable to question whether informal commitments can be relied upon without that process. And approving an application based on what might change rather than what is before you risks undermining both the integrity and the process and the public's confidence in it. So for those reasons, I respectfully reiterate this application as submitted should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council or administration for Ms. Giordani? I don't see any, so thank you very much for coming. Next on my list, I have Dario and Alva Sodero.
Good afternoon, Councillor, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dario Sodero. I will speak on behalf of my wife as well. And we both live on Lot 7, which is the easternmost lot in the subdivision. I was also the president of 599088 Alberta Ltd. That is the company that developed the 126 acres. And to this effect, I will probably make some comments regarding what happened during the last 28 years that may shed some light for some of the councillors. I would like to say that Councillor Ron Chase, the previous councillor of Ward 5, was very complimentary for the development. And we had several meetings with Mrs. Hemingway, and I think my previous partner and I tried to do a very good job in the development. And we, on purpose, filed a restricted covenant agreement, which is on title, and the MD of Foothills should have a copy, saying that the lots and each of them shall not be developed or used other than for country residential purposes. So regardless of whether we have two hosted touring home or we change the rules on the denomination on the use of this property, the fact remains that there are some restricted covenant agreement for all the residents of the area. Now, these rules were put in place in January 1998, and just as to give some background, since the three buildings that are clearly visible on the air photographs, those were moved from a big city lot on Signal Hills, probably in the spring of 1998, by the original owner of Lot 5. So those three buildings, the house, the guest home, and the big barn, have been in place since 1998. The original owner, Mr. Emerson, lived on the property for a couple of years by himself. The second owner lived by himself on the property again for a couple of years. Then Mr. and Mrs. Black purchased the property, and they lived on the acreage for, well, until June 2023. That was the time when the applicants purchased the property. The guest house was never used as a guest house for tourists or other people coming into the property. I know that for a fact. So my main concern, I explained, was the fact that there are some restricted covenant agreements in place. The second concern is regarding the water. I drilled, or I did not drill, I supervised the drilling of all those wells, and I know that the water rate were acceptable, but not outstanding. All the well passed the Q20 tests, but I can tell you that the average test was in the 2, maximum 3 gallons per minute. So decent wells, but not fantastic. Specifically, there were 5 wells drilled in fairly close proximity down in the lower area of the development. And those are the wells drilled on Lot 5, Lot 4, Lot 5, Lot 6, Lot 7, and Lot 8. So currently, my house draws water from Lot 7, and my initial partner draws water from Lot 8. Whether the aquifer is good enough to support an extended increase in person using the wells. And again, I refer to the fact that initially the applicants made a proposal to have 4 people in the secondary suite and 2 people in the cottage. That would have basically doubled the number of users for this aquifer. The third concern that I have is regarding the septic field. I have no idea if the cottage was initially connected to the septic field of the main building. I know that the previous owners never used the cottage for extensive use, so that should be something that council may decide to inquire on. The other thing that concerns me a little bit is the fact that if this application for hosted tourist homes or whatever is approved, then anybody else could try to do the same in the future. And that is definitely against the initial specification of the restricted covenant agreement. I would also like to say that, yes, the applicants bought the land in June 2023, looking at the Airbnb posting. The first guest used the cottage in March of 2024. I don't know who requested that the council would check on the uses of the cottage. But anyway, the applicants made an application on March 28, 2025. And since there have been more than 100 comments on the gingerbread cottage, I assume that at least 50% were made after the March 28, 2025 and up to February or March 2026. So these are my comments, and I will leave it up to council to reach a decision that is good for the residents and also for the applicant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sodero. Any questions from council administration? Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the chair to the concerned resident. I'm reading through your letter here. The last sentence of number 2 said you would agree that one hosted tourist home or legal secondary suite where a family or tenant lived under a lease for a longer period of time. So would you be amicable to them having the one hosted tourist home in the guest house?
Well, yes, I would be, I think my wife and I would be amicable to have that. I would like to know what kind of controls the MD of Foothills or Foothills Country could have on the usage of the guest house. I think I read in the staff submission that this application could be approved on a temporary basis for a period of 2 years. Is that correct?
I think we'll just throw that question out there and it can be answered after that.
Okay, if the application is approved, either in full or in part, is it subject to a approval or transitional approval for a period of 2 years or less, or not?
Yeah, we'll just leave that out and it can be answered later.
In the report from council, it says that should council approve the application, the approval of a subsequent development permit could be then allowed for this use on a temporary basis for up to 2 years. Does it mean that if the application is approved, it has to be reviewed for a period up to 2 years or not?
And those are all decisions that council will need to make.
Well, my suggestion would be that if the application is approved, either as it is or in a revised form, maybe there should be an approval period of 1 year, after which if there are any complaints, then the application is cancelled.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Sodero? I don't see any, so thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next on my list, I have Ivy Henderson. I see you are online. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. I see you're still muted there.
Hello?
Hi. Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi there. Hi. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're one of the owners as well in the Crocus Meadows subdivision. And actually, as everyone has stated, it's already been a provision for a secondary suite. I think it's kind of deviating away from the original intent of the subdivision, being a country residential purposes, quiet, less traffic. Everybody knows everybody in the subdivision pretty much. So I don't know if this were to go through as a commercial business hosting a tourist home, then what if there's others and more? And it just, that just would increase a lot more traffic. And it's a really nice little residential area right now in the country. And I think that's what everybody's mainly concerned about, is that we're going to lose this. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Henderson? I don't see any, so thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Next on my list, I have Renato Giordani. Supposed to be online, but I don't see him. Do we know? Okay. So he's not coming. Okay. That's all for my list. Is there anybody else in the gallery that wishes to speak to this item today? I don't see any. So with that, we will go back, begin with closing arguments. We'll go back to the applicant with any closing comments you may have.
Yeah, I'm really appreciate that, we all got here together, and I appreciate all concerns and feedback from our neighbors, which was very, very helpful for us to understand local rules and communication with our neighbors. So after reviewing our neighbors' responses, we immediately prepared, to reduce our application to a smallest possible size, address all those issues with water usage, with traffic usage, with number of guests. And as I mentioned before, we were quite unsure before that. That was really, really helpful to get this understanding. I also want to again confirm that we've done this business for a number of years, and our intention is to keep our community safe, and so that's why I want to confirm that it will never be unattended or the guest without our supervision. It's our security. It's our neighbor's security. We will never allow someone to stay on our property without us being around. I just want to address this issue too. Unfortunately, I can't comment much on a restrictive covenant because, it just came out a couple days ago, and I wasn't sure that, that exists. But again, I am prepared to look at it and send any comments later on. Connection, the guest house, we made some development, after we purchased this property, but the guest house was connected to existing septic field and the water was connected. We just added some building equipment and, developed a sleeping area and a small kitchen. So again, it's not a precedent setting. So, we rely on the council consideration of our application. So, obviously I can't say that nobody else in the area will have ideas for any other businesses. And I guess, we have a very competent council which could review each and every application and made a decision on a case-by-case basis. So I also want to, confirm that again for the Airbnb site, we as soon as we developed and as soon as we started advertising, we got a letter notification from the council asking for comply with rules. We started this process in the middle of last year, so it took some time, to submit application. It took some time to arrange a property inspection. So that's why, and again, explaining why it was advertised and it was rented out for a while. But we completely stopped, and then so I don't know, because of Airbnb site, might allow access, but all booking dates, they are closed. So it's not available for short-term rental. And again, we just asking for opportunity to prove that that business can be well run, managed. We again, as I mentioned, have years of experience. We dealt with different situations. Now, again, as I mentioned, we have a very strict rules. We screen all our guests. Because again, we want to be safe ourselves, and we want to provide the same safety to the community. So, and I mean, we're open for any communication. We can provide all our details, and if there are any complaints from any neighbors, we will address it. And we just want to make sure that we are good neighbors. We are a good operator of our very small business, and we just want to make sure that any complaints, any uncertainties, and any inconveniences are resolved. And so we are transparent, we are fully open, and so this is a good opportunity, when we can present ourselves, address any concerns, and move forward, with any decision council will make. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go back to council and administration for any questions you have for the applicant. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicant, just a point of clarity. Is it just the two of you in the main house or are there other family members that live with you?
Anastasia's daughter, my stepdaughter, she lives with us in and out. She has plans to move out soon as she's looking for different opportunities. But yeah, it's just two of us. And then, yeah, we are seeking for, and yeah, we have a dog and cat. So,
Okay. No, I'm just looking for consumption and
yeah, you know, she likes to drink a lot, but you know, we buy water in a Costco for her because of some concerns over you know water softening.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you for that. Don't see anybody else. We'll go back to Planning Officer Smith for any closing comments you have.
Yes, I have a couple of closing remarks here. As was, there was a question around compliance and enforcement, excuse me. As this application was a result of enforcement, there were options provided to the applicant to bring this property into compliance. One being the result of today's application being the site-specific amendment. There are two items that the applicant is asking for today for council's consideration. One being that there are two dwelling units on this property above, three dwelling units on this property for council to consider to allow both of those to remain. And then the second ask being for both of those, or as we hear from the applicant today, to reduce that to one of those to remain, being the guest house. Should council approve only one of those dwelling units to remain on the property as a tourist home, both of those dwelling units additionally to the primary dwelling need to be considered under today's application. They are deemed as, under our land use bylaw, as secondary suites. So if council does not approve for only for two of those dwelling units to remain, then the applicant will be expected to remove one of those. If council agrees to that part of the site-specific amendment to allow for both of those dwelling units to remain, then both of them would be considered secondary suites and required a subsequent development permit to bring those into compliance. Additionally, if the tourist home is provided as consideration by council, then that would also need to be included in the subsequent development permit application. And just point of clarification for the restrictive covenant, that the county is not a party to that. And should council approve this, and the applicant proceed with this application, that it would then be a legal matter based on the restrictive covenant aspect where those a party to that could pursue.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to council administration one last time for questions. Director Hemingway.
Officer Smith, I have a question for you. If council chooses to allow for the guest house to remain, that could be a secondary suite development permit application. No site specific would be necessary. If they were just contemplating allowing for the guest house to, I mean, I guess if council refuses the entirety of the application, the applicants can still apply for the guest house to be a secondary suite, as long as there's only one additional dwelling unit under consideration for a secondary suite.
That's correct.
Okay. And that would just be a development permit application.
Correct.
A discretionary use development permit application.
Yes.
If subsequent to receiving that approval and building permit application process for that cabin to be a secondary suite, they can apply to make that cabin guest house be a tourist home, a hosted tourist home. Do they have to come to council for that request, or is that a development permit application as well?
Thank you. The other option that has not been discussed here today would be it would fit under the provision of a bed and breakfast. And that application could be considered under a development permit application.
So that's like a hosted tourist home situation.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Still a little bit confused. So to do any kind of approval here, we have to choose one or or the applicant has to choose one or the other, either the developed basement or the cabin as what they want to be as their tourist home. Like, if we're giving approval for the cabin, are we asking them to gut the basement, basically?
Yes, as part of a subsequent development permit or condition of approval of that, decommissioning or removal of the basement suite would be required. Yes, just the kitchen aspect would be required to be removed. Yes.
No, but.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, to the development officer, back to bed and breakfast development permit. That is, so that is going to, under the CR district, that is a discretionary use. So there would be no public hearing that would be within your purview to approve or deny.
Yes, that's correct. Bed and breakfast is a discretionary use, and would notification of any approval by the development officer would be provided to area landowners within a half mile, and that decision could be appealable.
Okay. I'm not seeing further, so I will close the public hearing for today. Thank you all for coming. A decision will be made likely today, and you're welcome to remain in the gallery to watch the deliberations and decision, or you can watch it online on the county's YouTube link. Either way, anybody who is registered for today will be sent notice of the decision once minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you all for coming, and hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's take 5 while we change meetings. Welcome back, council. Why don't we deal with our 1:30 public hearing while it's fresh in our minds, page 78. This is in Councillor Division 5. Councillor Alger, did you wish to start us off?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the offer. This was a good application. I certainly see what's going on with the residents. I think they got themselves into a piece of property that was built without the proper format. I remember when these buildings were moved onto this property. As for those of you that don't know, I live about a mile away from here, and I've watched Crocus Meadows grow over the years and continues to grow to this day. And I don't have an issue with what the applicant's doing. When I first saw the original application, I did have concern with the number of people, the number of rooms or residences that were going to be utilized. And then when I saw the amendment to the application, I wasn't quite as concerned to have the cabin as the only part of the tourist home, and 2 people at the most in there was not a big concern to me, and the applicant's not a big family, so there's not a lot of usage of consumption and of water and the septic and whatnot. My problem is that all this was done without building permits and the proper order of things. So in my mind, I'm okay with this application, but we're going about it the wrong way. So I'm going to make a motion to refuse the application at this time, and then have probably I guess a secondary suite application come forward, and then have this property deal with building codes to make sure it's up to standards to be in the standards to be used as a tourist home. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to refuse the application. We got that. Deputy Reeve-Ohl?
Thank you. I can support that. I feel there's still plenty of opportunity here with regards to an application under the country residential land use, and that is through the development permit type of consideration, or something they may apply for as well. The amendment was not applied for, so I think the potential for applying for a development permit is there for a secondary suite, whichever they choose, and also for a bed and breakfast should they choose that. And then because it's in the country residential area, it does allow for the citizens in the neighborhood to partake, and that is an appealable situation for either one of those types of applications should they choose to go down that route. So I'm in support of the proposed motion. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I can see that this is, the owners unfortunately kind of inherited some issues that they could not foresee, unfortunately. And so, yeah, I'd be in support of that. I'd also maybe advise them to, as the one concerned resident had stated, perhaps tenancy in the secondary suite would be an option. I would, if the applicants are ever going to go down that road, or anyone, there are some regulations regarding that you might want to look into. The one that I remember, and I don't know if it would apply to this particular situation, was that if a tenant has been in more than 1 year, it can be a kind of difficult to remove them if that was ever the case. So just as a cautionary note but anyways, hope it all goes well.
Okay, I don't see anybody else, so we do have the motion to refuse from Councillor Alger. Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speak in favor of the motion, but I just wanted to delineate. So just point of clarification through the chair to the development officer. So under the CR district, the development permit for a secondary suite is not a discretionary decision. It's an approved decision under the CR district.
Good.
Thank you.
But
So there are two options. If we're considering the guest house, it is a discretionary use, as it is a detached secondary suite, which is discretionary. a secondary suite principal, if the applicants choose to have that one remain, is a permitted use.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, so the second point of clarification would be then a bed and breakfast is discretionary and or a development for a tourist home is discretionary, and both would be appealable.
Yes, under this application, it could be considered a bed and breakfast, which is discretionary and appealable.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. We have the motion for refusal. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, we do have Planner Carr with us, so why don't we take advantage of her presence and skip down to item D2, Film Production Coordination and Communication Policy, page 96 of our agenda. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Reeve and Council. Basically, we're here today to review proposed policy framework for film production in Foothills County. Council requested staff and administration to come back with a framework January 7th. So I've provided in your packages a number of documents, including a policy framework, some guidelines, just some draft applications and such for council's review. In proposing this framework, basically the things that I used or kept in mind for this was historically the county supporting film activity, and the fact that we've had films proceeding in the county for many years with very limited concerns. I think we've had 2 concerns that have been brought forward to us over the past years. We also kept in mind that the film production is temporary, mobile, and an intermittent activity in nature, not a land use. We looked at the fact that there presently is no formal framework for filming. The community standards bylaw does indicate that the film industry is exempt from the community standards bylaw, which deals with nuisance and noise in the county. And so we have very little formal regulatory policies currently. So with looking at that, okay, sorry, I'll move you closer. Is that better? Okay. What staff has come forward with as a practical first step is a policy framework as opposed to a bylaw framework. Ideally, the intent here was to support improved communication through a single point of contact where we have all information on filming that comes in. We have a contact where we can reach a person at any time that the filming occurs, so that when complaints or concerns come in, we can have a person in contact and deal with those quickly and efficiently. The intent was also to provide clarity and transparency on process requirements for both the industry as well as the public. We've established some responsibility and expectations through the policy of how the film production activity should occur. We have indicated neighbor notice expectations so that there is hopefully better communication with neighboring properties when films are in the area. And we've allowed for timely coordination with internal and external agencies for filming when it comes in. The policy approach is consistent with what other municipalities do in looking at other areas, especially in close proximity, the city of Calgary, Town of High River, Wheatland County, Vulcan County, most all of the other municipalities that have film information regulations at all are through policies rather than bylaws. So we wanted to stay consistent with that and continue with our reputation as a film-friendly municipality without increasing additional red tape where possible. Just as a quick rundown, I'm sure council's read through it, but basically we've added a notice of filming requirement so that all films that take place on private land should be submitting information with respect to what and who is filming on the sites. That allows us to have information when people call in with concerns of what's going on next door. We have that information. We have a person to contact right away if there are concerns that arise. That's not requiring any kind of a municipal approval. It's just a notice of filming activity on your property. And so that is new. From all the other municipalities that we've reviewed, filming on private land is not normally something that is dealt with. Most of them deal with filming on county land, county roads, but there is little documentation out there about dealing with things on private land. So we've added that, but it's more of a notice of filming, except in situations where traffic control or off-site impacts, things like explosions, pyrotechnics that might require more emergency service or fire services type regulation. Then we skip to an operational permit. So the operational film permit is very similar to what we do now. They don't call it an operational film permit, they just call it a film permit. But that is for when approvals are done on county roads or county land, which Public Works currently does. They issue a permit. We're now calling it an operational film permit. It is still for county roads, county land, but we've added some situations on private land where emergency coordination, traffic control, and off-site impact may be included. And then the third that is a new initiative is the film site license, where if there's recurring film locations or sites where sets remain between productions, that we just issue a temporary license that allows us a more comprehensive review, including things like such as emergency response plans, traffic accommodation strategies, and that sort of thing for those recurring film sites. So basically, I guess if council has questions with respect to it, I'm here to answer your questions.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for making sense out of all the discussions we've had in the past and that no decisions have been made. And we're just looking at options, and you had done a great job of showing us what's happening elsewhere and then recognizing the film-friendly approach that has been in Foothills County, yet considering how can we address concerns. So I think the policy approach that you've come up with is a step for us to consider that is not significantly onerous. And in looking at the application form, it's really no more extensive than the one that's currently in place. So there's going to be, I think, an opportunity for a review of this, but at the same time, looking at what you've presented to us is still very friendly approach, but it does give a possibility for Foothills County to know what's happening in Foothills County. So with the notification for all the lower scope types of situations, notification, I think, is a way for us to understand what is actually happening in Foothills County. So those the tiered approach that you've shared, the amount of input required from the industry looks to me like this is just giving us something. We've had nothing in place. This gives us something that is more policy oriented, but it could be something we try out and without it getting too extensive, yet still has the possibility of having something for neighbors should a concern arise. So while I have certainly reviewed it and spent a lot of time looking at all the work you had done on this, I think maybe we still need a little more information, such as we might want to know what the fees might look like. You've already identified a very short turnaround window for anything that is to take place. So really respecting the temporary nature and the immediacy of a need for decision. So it might be nice to understand what that fee aspect would look like, but also before we make any decisions, I think it might be nice to hear from the citizens and from the film industry on this. So maybe might go back to administration to ask for more information on the fees and on what a public process might look like, so that we get a little more input on this. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Carr, for the work on this. I'm super happy that we're not looking to implement another bylaw on something like this. As we said, there's been very few concerns raised over the multiple years that there's been filming in this county. As we're trying to, as it says in the bottom of page 88, we're trying to reduce red tape, yet we're kind of creating red tape by going through this process. When you compare the policies like in Rocky View County and whatnot, does Rocky View County have sites that are permanent sets for filming like we have in the area?
Actually, Rocky View is one that I haven't looked into a great deal. From my understanding, a lot of the film activity that they deal with under a special event license, as opposed to a specific bylaw. Rocky View is one I don't have a lot of knowledge on. I know Heather might have a little bit of information with respect to that because she initially had delved into that a bit, but.
If I may, sir.
Go ahead, Dr. Emily.
Yeah, they speak to, I don't know any more detail, but their information on the website speaks to looking to rezone properties that have more recurring film sets, which we had discussed a while back wasn't a positive that we were looking to do. These recurring film sets are also agricultural operations, they're multi-use operations, and we didn't want to provide a land use that would be there forever, or that could be granting permissions to be a film set forever. I would much prefer that these things be treated on a temporary, say a 5-year run basis, so that the operations know they can do their jobs, they can get the work, the film industry knows that they can go there, but the public doesn't know they're there because they really do count on being incognito, particularly when they have big stars. And, we don't need the public trying to be looky-loos when they're trying to do their job. And also, there might be a point where lands change hands and they don't want to operate it as a film set anymore. And then I've got a land use on it. That's a problem. So I don't think Rocky View's actually rezoned any lands, but that's what they say they do.
Well, and honestly, I specifically stayed away from Rocky View County's way of dealing with it for the specific reason that the film industry was staying away from Rocky View County because of the extra red tape that they were required. My understanding was from discussions I've had in the past is that they were moving away from there because it was getting to be too difficult.
Okay. One more if I may, sir.
Go ahead, Councillor Alger.
Just speaking to the film site license, the number 3 of the 3-tier system. So that's a one-time application that's active for 5 years. And then the applicant would have to reapply. And would you consider that to be a daunting process, or would it be a simple renewal as long as there was no major complaints?
The anticipation is that, yes, they would have to apply for renewal prior to expiry, but the application I don't anticipate to be difficult or timely at all. It's very similar to the operational site permit, just a lot more extensive where required, depending of course on what's happening on site and the type of events, but more extensive things like emergency response planning details required because it's not just a week on and then gone.
Yeah.
Depending on what's happening on the site, what structures might be on site, the film production, I think, in my limited knowledge, would be varied so much in each different production that you can't specifically say you're going to require this, this, and this, and this, but each site would be looked at, circulated again to our internal and if necessary, external, but it's more looking, I think, at emergency response plans, transportation, and things like that that need to be reviewed for the site. I don't see it as being a long process. It's just more if it's going to be something that's going to be temporary for a longer time, we'll do it as a 5-year approval. At the end of the 5 years, we get to look back and see how it went, what things have occurred, if things have changed, that we need different things reviewed, different emergency service information, that sort of thing, then we would do it. But I don't see it as being a lengthy or time-consuming process.
Daunting process. Did we reach out to any of the film producers in the area for general knowledge of what we're looking for?
We did a bit. I've talked to a couple of them. One has reached out to a few others and got back to me with correspondence, but we definitely could look into the film set or the like the film set permit information more, just to see what all is encompassed, but.
Okay, thanks for that.
Director Hemingway.
I have a question, Karina.
Yeah.
If somebody has a film site license, do they still have to do a notice of filming when they're going to film? Or do they have a film site license, they don't have to do the other 2 applications?
The intention was that they would still, but we have made the application for multiple sites, multiple productions. So if I'm assuming over a 5-year term, you're not going to know what kind of activity is going to be on the site. And I think it's important that we have the information for when a production is underway for the reasons that we talked about, where when concerns are brought in, someone hears activity going on and they're wanting to know what's going on, we have that information because we know that something's going on in the area. So in my mind, I would prefer that we do still have the notice. They can do multiple on one application, that these are the dates, this is the type of the activities we're going to have, but I anticipate there will still be, you're not going to know 5 years in advance. I think a lot of times in the film industry, I may be wrong, but I think things come at the last minute of, we want to do a commercial, we need to do this, we're looking for a site, can we do it here? I don't think things are established that far in advance. I honestly would go without the film set permit over the notice. To me, other than the emergency response and the more detailed reviews of things like that, I don't see the purpose of it. I don't see the benefit. It's more having an idea of what activity is going on and when, and having the contact information, having a policy in place so that the film industry knows we're expected to notify landowners where there's a concern, that they know what their expectations and responsibilities are, so that we can kind of resolve conflict before it happens. I mean, I think they're very, very good at governing conflict and have done a great job of mitigating any concerns, usually immediately upon hearing them. Obviously not every situation, but So the idea was to continue to have that self-monitoring, and we're there to receive concerns when they don't and have a contact to reach right away to resolve conflict. But I honestly, other than emergency response planning and stuff, the film set license to me isn't as important as the notice of filming and the operational permits, but that's just my opinion. I am here to get council's feedback on what you feel is important and what you need.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And well, thank you, Planner Carr. That makes it easy for me. That's what I would have said. So no fees. I don't know what this talk about fees is. A notice of filming. Yeah, that makes sense. Production company reaches out, says, we're here, this is what we're doing, this is what our contact information, we can give them our contact information in case they have troubles, make them aware if there's where we're at fire status wise, if there's if they need to be aware of that. If there's pyrotechnics involved, then we might have an issue, because if there's a full-blown drought on, we can't be setting off pyrotechnics. Nobody can. Going to see, you identified, my computer timed out. So was there somewhere you actually identified a production company storing film infrastructure?
Yeah, we've included, that was the film set license.
Yeah, well, under C, like, basically it's all just cold storage. It's all just like, it's a shed. It's like there's nothing there. Production companies don't generally leave anything of value behind. So I'm not familiar with Heartland. I don't know if they have a permanent set where they actually leave some equipment behind on the in-between. So I was in your site license, are you aware of something through your research where a film company actually leaves something on a site of value that would be considered infrastructure?
My understanding is that there is occasionally areas where sets may remain on a site and other productions use them over time. So it was geared more at that as opposed to the storage or, primarily that, where you've got a location where productions can be held multiple years, different productions, but they're using the same site, different sets, but sets are sometimes remaining on a site for a long term. It just may require other emergency response planning options, that sort of thing, building occupancy. No.
Okay, so
Yep.
so what I'm contending is that there is no infrastructure. Like when the production company leaves, they take everything of value. If there is a building there, it's a front. It's an empty shell building with nothing left in it. Anything, all the wires, all the cables, all of the infrastructure is removed and gone generally. You have a post and stick building. So I struggle with this idea that there's actually infrastructure left behind outside of basically what can be described as cold storage, which is a granary with a Western sign on the front of it. I don't know how else to describe it. There really is no other infrastructure. If it's of value, the production company has taken it with them. So I kind of follow up with my original comment that I don't see the necessity for a Site C license for storing empty shell buildings. That they really just amount to, they can't even be classified as cold storage because there's nothing in them.
Okay, From my perspective, a few thoughts. We're definitely on the right direction with this. I think hearing from the public is going to be very important. So I would certainly suggest somewhere down the road, we have a public meeting so that members of the public can come and share their perspectives. Not sure where the idea came from, only 2 complaints over all these years. Maybe 2 areas of complaints, but I mean, me and our protective services have seen a whole lot more than that. In terms of the process, the policy, I think, is the best way to go for sure. And I like what we've got for a base here. One thing that does concern me is I believe there is a bylaw component to it. So policy is trumped by bylaw. Right now, if somebody were to hold the county to task and say, we expect you to enforce your land use bylaw, then filming would require a development permit. By definition of what our land use bylaw calls development, what it details under the no DP required section, it would require a development permit. So I would look for a bit of a tweaking there because I don't want to put that kind of red tape on our filming industry. It's just not appropriate. So I would look for a bit of a tweaking in our land use bylaw in that regard. Now, whether it's adding a piece under no DP required or whether adding a piece under the temporary use piece or under the special event, the Appendix H, I think it can very easily be accommodated to allow that so that we're not in that situation. I think we need a bit of a definition in here in terms of what low impact means on the policy. It's not clear. Every filming is different. I think we also would perhaps need a definition of what filming is. I think this assumption is easily made when we talk about filming. The assumption is easily made that we're talking about the big production companies. But this policy, I think, could be very easily manipulated to be, I do whatever I want on my property, and as long as I add in a couple of video cameras, suddenly it's a film production, and there's no oversight that the county can have. So I just see a very big abuse there, and perhaps the solution is a definition of what filming truly is. In terms of off-site impacts, I think, the biggest one oftentimes is just the traffic. When you've got hundreds of vehicles, maybe thousands of vehicles going out or coming in on roads that were never designed for that. Like we've seen it shutting down the number 2 highway just because of the traffic coming in and going and wounding up causing accidents. I think that's one of the biggest offsite impacts. And so I think some special consideration would need to be made in that regard. So that's my thoughts for now, but certainly look forward to hearing from the public. Deputy Revel, back to you.
Well, thank you for all the ideas that are coming out here. And I guess when I looked at this sort of 3 stages, really trying to keep it so that if there's low impact, there's really so little required other than a notice, really will help the county to understand what's happening here. But with being able to have a license, so, and this is just a review of what we have in front of us, will give us the opportunity for situations which are obviously not as prevalent, but there could be a chance for us to look into, and as was shared in this report to us, if there was a trouble, that we could deal with it, and in a way that no one else is penalized, but the one site that's perhaps having issues, we would be able to say, we're having some difficulties. How can we facilitate better communication, or is there something we can do to solve this situation and work with the industry, work with the citizens? Whereas we don't have anything right now. We have nothing. So the only thing we have is our community standards bylaw, which is of course what we're deferring to here. But here we're recommending just a really very, very high level process, which would encourage great communication, similar to what we have in place, but more of an overall focus on filming industry, not just road use. So this is talking about the use for this activity. And again, coming to a site license, I think will help if there's recurring use where we're not going to a land use change, but we're looking at something where there is an impact. This gives us an option for dealing with a problem. And I like the notification aspect of it too, because I get so many inquiries and so do our departments on, okay, what's happening here? I saw this happening here. What's going on? We would be able to say, oh, well, there's something going on. So instead of calling for an emergency response of some kind, they would just know, okay, this is happening here. And it helps with communication. And we've already been asking on applications coming in this year, previous years, could they do more notification to our citizens in the area so that they would get a heads up? So that's happening. And it'd be nice to know if that could be a baseline. So I think that's what's being asked here is not onerous. But again, I like the idea of having commentary from the industry and from the citizens to see what they think of it. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you to the chair and to the Division 1 councillors. So on this land use bylaw amendment, the request is for administration to come back with a tweak to the land use bylaw to do what? But see, like there's no way to do a development. Like if I'm the development permit officer and the film company comes out and says, yeah, we might do this, 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 we might do this. Will you approve it, please? No development officer is approving that.
No.
Do you want me to?
Right now, our land use bylaw requires a development permit, but we have not been using it or enforcing it. And I have asked this question in this room in the past, and I didn't get any clear clarification on that. So what I'm suggesting is just a small piece added. So we have I believe it's section 4 of our land use bylaw, the no DP required. And we could perhaps put in there filming done as per policy, blah, blah, blah. There would be no development permit required. Or perhaps it's something along the lines of adding it under the temporary use part of the land use bylaw or under the special event section of the land use bylaw. What I don't want is to get a situation where we're being asked to enforce our land use bylaw, which does supersede any policy that we have.
I can add to that if you want
Go
to.
ahead.
Once we, as a council, determine what route you want to go with this, I have drafted temporary land use bylaw amendments. What my suggestion was going to be was section 4.2.1, which is no development permits required, that a clause be added such as that the use of a property or part thereof for film production in accordance with policy or bylaw or whatever be included under that. So that's the section where no development permit is required. Just because now we are saying no development permit is required, we're dealing with it in that way, but it isn't written. The other thing that could be is with respect to erection, construction, or use of temporary film production sets in connection with film production activities on a property. Something to that effect also being exempt from a development permit, because we do not require development permits for that either. And it's just something that has never been written. So yes, once we determine what the route is that we're going so that we can properly reference it, that will definitely be part of a recommendation that it be included under the no development permits required. It's already currently, like I said, one of the issues I think that in the past, where when you're trying to enforce a nuisance, is that the community standards bylaw exempts any film industry activity. So it's already exempt from that. We've already said we are not enforcing community standards for the film industry, but there's nothing in the land use bylaw itself. So it's kind of just a gap that we've missed. And once we resolve how we're doing this, that will have to be part of, I've already sort of attempted to draft it just until we finalize where this is going and what we're doing. I haven't finalized anything for that, so.
Okay. Director Hemingway.
Thank you. We had had a brief discussion about how to man this, how to staff this issue. And we do believe that taking some fees is likely a good idea in that we would expect that there'd be 2 individuals in the organization assigned to manage these files. We wouldn't need 2 at one time, but you always need a backup because there is an expectation of very fast turnaround. And they do need to be managed properly. So we would want to assign this role to at least 2, like a primary individual and a secondary individual. And there's not many people in the county working in a county that have a lot of capacity. So we would expect actually that there would be a fee provision process. We haven't heard a lot of negativity associated from that from the industry. They're usually quite willing to pay their way. Not that the fee would cover off salaries. I don't expect this is one individual, one job. But we haven't figured out how we're staffing this yet, but we had anticipated requiring some fees to at least offset that cost and burden.
Councillor Alger.
Yeah, we're already starting to dissect this to death. We're going down this wormhole where we're implementing red tape. We're not reducing red tape. We're causing red tape. We're causing fees. We're causing staff time for what I would consider minimal to no reason. The policy I'm okay with. It's simplified. It gives awareness of what's going on. It allows the county to know what's going on when they get calls. If they get calls from a resident saying what's going on, we can tell them what's going on. If there's issues, we have existing bylaws that are already in place, as was spoken to. We have a community standards, traffic use, land use, all those things that would oversee that. So why are you shaking your head at me?
Just the community standards bylaw does not deal with the film industry. They're exempt.
Say that again.
The community standards bylaw has wording in it that it is, the film industry is exempt from the community standards bylaw. So I was just
okay,
making sure you were aware of that.
So, but noise bylaw, the noise bylaw would within the community standards?
Because it's within the community standards bylaw, unless we are looking at amendments currently, from what I understand from the enforcement bylaw enforcement division, that they are looking currently at amendments to the community standards bylaw. But currently there is a section in there that exempts the film industry from the entire community standards bylaw. So when you're looking at noise and nuisance and unsightliness, that does not apply currently. That could be reworded differently so that certain aspects are touched on, but currently that, I just wanted to make sure you were aware, is exempt.
So as opposed to putting a bylaw that's specific to film industry, would we do an addition to the community standards bylaw that would include filming and not specifically put onus on the film industry? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think we could use our existing bylaws that we have in place and we're going to have to tweak the land use bylaw to update it to make sure that it mentions that a permit is not required, because it's just something that's to date being assumed. Of course, we can't cover everything that occurs, or we try to, but yeah, we could also update, tweak portions of that might be applicable to this. Rather than creating new bylaws and a new bylaw that contradicts other bylaws. We have the policy in place and we were to update the community standards bylaw. Again, that would be probably something we'd have to speak with the bylaw enforcement department on, and because this is important to them, right? They're the ones that are going to have to enforce this. So that is kind of definitely one avenue to go instead of creating more bylaws.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you say community standards bylaw, I say country residential district. So these community standard bylaw occurrences that have been mentioned, I guess it goes through the chair to Deputy Reeve Ole, are these happening in a country residential district?
Yes. So more likelihood of conflict in that situation. So thank you for asking. And that's where we were trying to deal like through what was proposed to us under 13, under item 13 was if you had the license, that would be your mechanism. So while everybody's doing well, it just gives you a chance for the list of action to take place where you facilitate communication, respond to concerns, work with film producers, and so on. But you have the chance to look at whether the license gets renewed. That's our only recourse. And then you're not putting something onerous, but you also have a mechanism for concerns to be heard. So yes, and at this point, there is no response for us, but we are busy on it. So I know we're talking about not wanting to get red tape. This policy type of a solution is going to have some staff, but we're already spending time. So our staff is already spending time because we do the road agreements and the other types of notification that are going on. And this would be it would just streamline it as to we know what was expected. And the applications are no more onerous than what's existing already for every aspect of this. Like if you look at the application, it's not hugely onerous for any of the things that are being asked here. So it just gives us one opportunity here where if we have a burnt site, a site that's not working, that we can talk about how can we solve that. And if predominantly 99% of everything's going really well, then really there's no need to encumber anything here. And we've got this opportunity here for citizens who want to be heard. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, thanks for that. So then if you are, then a reasonable solution would be if your film site license may be required in a country residential district. Like I can see where you're kind of going in that realm, but as soon as you go into a country residential district, then you're going to have parking issues if they're using the municipal road. So they would already be required to get that's the only situation I can think of is if you have a big production set in a country residential, they're not going to have adequate parking. Then they're going to be using the municipal road, but then they're already covered off by B, whereas they should have the second option figured out that they have to contact the municipality. What I'm trying to get across here is that this may be applicable that you require a site license if you're in a country residential district. I would make that point, but I also suggest that if that is the case, most of those nuisances are going to occur. You're going to be using municipal roads, a panhandle, whatever, and parking on it, and they would already require an operational permit under B. So it should be able to be addressed there.
Sorry, operational permit under B. B is what? Sorry?
ABC. A is notice of intent. B is an operational, is that the right term? Operational permit, and C was the license.
Okay. Or B.
But what I am suggesting is that where these community standard bylaw infractions are happening, it's probably on a municipal road and they should have already had to contact to use the road. So it should have been covered off under B. Hence not requiring C. But if we want to go to C, then let's not penalize the entire industry. Let's just go to the country residential district where the impact is greater.
Deputy Reeve Ole?
Sure, and thank you for that thought. It probably is appropriate for some of the concerns. And in the case of some country residential districts, some of the properties are zoned agriculture. They're small agricultural parcels and their surrounding neighbors are CRs. So it might be that we don't necessarily go country residential, we call it residential. And no, don't just limit to that because it could be an ag parcel in a country residential area that is surrounded by 30 neighbors. So certainly that's where conflict is likely to happen, but there's some other scenarios where they are on ag parcels. So I'm not sure, but I like the ideas of just the sharing ideas going on here. Thanks.
Planner Carr, I see your pen just to go in here, getting lots of notes. So you have a few options for us on page 90. So option one is to support a policy direction to direct administration to bring back a refined policy for council's consideration, incorporating feedback provided today. Second option is the same thing, only it's also including some bylaw amendment. And then the third option is just bylaw. I'm not hearing much support in that regard at all. And then fourth is postpone. So is there more specific input we want to give to planning officer Carr, or are you ready to pin down what direction we're going here?
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
There was some comment brought forward that you wanted consultation, community consultation. I don't know if that, where you wanted an opportunity for both the film industry to speak as well as the residents. I don't remember who made that, but I do remember that being put out there. Is that something council feels is?
Okay. Director Hemingway.
Can I suggest that we do an online consultation process, perhaps a survey, and then schedule a non-statutory public meeting to hear from landowners and industry? I think you'll get, I mean, it's hard to get people's attention for online surveys, but we'll try. And an opportunity just to write in comments, and we'll capture that and bring it to council, and then we'll request your support to schedule a non-statutory public meeting on the topic. That sounds okay.
Okay. And we perhaps need to nail down a little bit better before we go to consultation.
Sorry?
We probably need to nail down a little bit
We'll need to come back. yeah.
details before we
Yeah.
go to
Yeah,
consultation.
we will. I like to have council be somewhat comfortable with it. Like all of council be somewhat comfortable with it before we go to consultation, knowing it'll still change when we go to consultation.
Okay. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the kind of the media, social media things that I witnessed after our initial discussion in January, I think it's really important to get some input from residents and industry, because I think it's really easy to have some misunderstandings. I really like the way that you worded, this segments here. We're not trying to discourage the filming industry. We're trying to, of course, it's a huge economic factor. Why would we ignore that? We're not ignoring that at all. We all love the film production that happens in Foothills County. But we also need to get a clear picture. I know people in the film industry a little bit, but I never discuss with them the ins and outs of it. So I really don't know what the issues are for them. I don't have any residents that complain directly to me, so I have no knowledge of that either. So it would be nice to get a fulsome, kind of a complete overview of what's really happening in the county, not just like bits and pieces. So the more, comprehensive input that we can get to kind of dispel any misunderstandings that are out there, because that is the last thing that we want, is to have any misunderstandings with this very important economic driver in our county. So I think we all need to just get clear on that we all want the best for everybody in this. And it's never been our intention otherwise. So I would welcome any input, surveys, anything like that, public hearings. I think it'd be a learning experience for everybody.
Deputy Revol.
Sure, thank you. I think it was just offered to us that we might look at an additional point. So we might be going with something like option 2, which is policy and bylaw amendments to get this towards where we have something that can be shared. So look at what we heard for some minor amendments, but generally the direction forward, just to get it ready to present to people for comment. And then also maybe some suggestions to come back regarding that next step, which is the online survey and the public meeting. So that's what I'm thinking, is you have a way forward with kind of an option 2 plus looking at how it might go out for involving citizens and industry.
Okay, was that a motion?
If you want that as a motion, I think, is that what everyone's looking at? I think it was kind of a group who are heading towards just clarifying this. No decisions have been made, but we need more information to put information out there. Thank you.
Okay, and sorry, that was option 2?
So option 2, which is considering the things you had raised, as well as potentially some suggestions from our planning officer Carr, and also looking at adding, so it would recognize the policy discussion, recognize any suggestions on bylaw amendment. So that is existing, not new. So no new bylaw, but existing. And that would be land use and any, I guess, community standards. So there's a couple things that were mentioned. And then the third thing, which is what does public consultation look like to encompass such something that was suggested by Director Hemingway, which was survey and public meeting, and others have shared that as well.
Okay, there's a lot there. I think we got it. Everybody understand, Councillor Alger?
That was a pretty long motion. Could we have a little synopsis on that?
So option 2.
Option 2 plus
Policy based, in addition to a bylaw amendment of existing bylaws.
Mm-hmm.
It was your motion.
So my understanding is there was a suggestion under the land use bylaw to remove misunderstanding, and there was an item, I believe is land use bylaw section 4, where we understand more clearly that a permit is not required. So just clarifying that part. And then also there should be some kind of reference to the policy at that point. That was what was brought forward. And the other was the clarifying the ins and outs of the community standard bylaw as it applies now. Should there be any amendment to it, since that's under review right now as well? I wasn't aware of any other bylaws that we were referring to. Were you aware of anything else that you were referring to?
And go to public consultation.
Right. So it's basically option 2, and then looking at the addition of public consultation and how that might occur. So survey and public meeting, but it could be that they come back to us with options.
Yeah. And when we're talking the existing, we're tweaking bylaws, if we're talking the existing bylaws, I'm okay with that, and adding the film industry within the community standards bylaw, if that's what it is. If it's specifically doing a bylaw for the film industry, then I'm out. That's not.
So it's just existing.
Yeah. And I think we need, for sure, we need public consultation. I'd like to hear more about the complaints we're having, because I'm aware of 2 in 25 years that I've been involved with these guys. And we know the components in the back row here are a big part of it. And that's, I'd like to hear their side of the story. And I'd like to hear some of the residents' side of the story also, if there's concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. So option 2 with the addition of public consultation options.
Okay. So we're all clear on the motion? Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is in regards to the bylaw amendment. This is just to make it so that the filming industry does not require a development permit. That's what the intent of the amendment is.
That was the intent of my comments on that. Yes, I think I was the one that was reaching that. So.
Okay, and are we refining this policy at all before it's brought back to us? Are you making some changes, Planner Carr?
We may.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to clarify that with Deputy Revol, because I do see that policy refinement is included in option 1, but not in option 2. So does your motion include bringing back not only those bylaw amendments, possibilities, but also a revised policy.
So could say instead of the word framework, it could be policy refinements. So that council direct administration to proceed with the policy refinements and explore amendments to the existing bylaws related to section 4.0, if you wish to put it specifically in there, which is the development permit aspect, and then including the community standards bylaw and include public consultation options or suggest or bring back.
Okay, back to you, Councillor McHugh.
And potential fee structure. If you would consider
Sure.
that.
Okay.
So
And
that we
that
can-
would be in the policy framework. Would that be in the policy framework, perhaps?
It could be, I guess.
Okay, so
we
it's
have it
somehow-
worded now so that it would be in your fee schedule.
Okay.
But because your fee schedule is reviewed on an annual basis.
Okay.
But being a policy, it's easier to change or amend.
Okay, very good.
Without going to a public hearing and stuff, so that.
So keep that separate
That
then.
could be as well. My initial thought was if we're going to public consultation and stuff, we probably aren't going to do a whole lot of policy amendments until we go through that process. But I don't know if that's what council would like if we start amending our policy document that we've got and then go out to the public to find out what they want. And then it just seems as though public consultation and the meeting with the industry and everything first might be more appropriate than we know you're supporting the policy reasonably well. But am I misunderstanding that? Would you rather us bring back amended policy before we go to the industry and the public, or should we not do it the other way around?
I'll just clarify, you were the one who mentioned that you might make some tweaks to it.
Yes.
That's all that
maybe
was
after
suggested.
this is-
Oh, you're thinking that's after. Okay, so I'm fine with using the word framework in there as it is. So what was presented to us today, unless you saw that we amended something through our conversation.
Okay.
So if we keep it as it is, we keep the word framework in there. I'm going to reread it again. That council direct administration. You have more?
Perhaps if I could just make a quick comment on that first. I guess my concern of going to public consultation before we nail down some changes to the policy is around the issue of what is filming. I think in this conversation, we very easily make the assumption that we're talking the high quality production company type filming, which is highly regulated, highly governed by other entities, and there's a significant level of comfort there. But filming can mean lots of different things. And so I think there needs to be a bit of a understanding of what filming truly is. If it's just a vague, do whatever you want, throw up a couple of video cameras and it's called filming, then I think the policy components would look a lot different than if we're simply focusing it on the high production type filming. So I think that would need some clarity, but in my opinion, need some clarity before we go to public comment.
Do you want to see those changes before we go out and ask any questions on the survey? I'm not anticipating that we are putting the policy out there for the public to review as much as we are getting their opinion on what concerns are.
What we want there.
That sort of thing with both the industry and the residents. But I can do either. I can amend the policy, bring it back to you to look at, and then we'll go do public consultation. But I wasn't anticipating that we were taking a policy out to the public consultation and saying, what do you think of this? It was more, what are your concerns? What are your issues? The filming industry, what would you like to see us do better? But again, we have to bring something back to you to see what the consultation looks like. So we'll work that out at that point. I just wasn't under the understanding that
Good
we
thing
were
we're talking about it because I assumed that we're talking about putting this out, which is what we're talking about today, not another completely different direction. But what we're talking about, putting this out for comment, that's what
Okay.
I thought you were meaning.
Okay, if that's what you want.
Okay.
Okay, I got a full board, so I'm gonna go there and then we'll come back to the motion. Councillor Alger.
Simple Google search, filming is the process or activity of shooting, photographing, or recording moving images to create a film, television show, or video. Pretty simple. It's always that simple. It is unless you make it complicated.
Thank you, Councillor Alger. Just like that, my board went empty. Councillor McHugh, you're back up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Planner Carr, if we are going to address the definition of filming, would we not do that at bylaw amendment time, or would it be appropriate to do it under the policy?
I would think you would want it included in the policy because this is not part of the bylaw.
Okay.
This is not under the land use bylaw. We are strictly doing a policy framework for filming. I have some draft definitions that I can easily add to the policy. I can even do exemptions of what is not considered filming under this policy, like personal family video recording, wedding photography, videography, news media reporting. I mean, I have some of that already drafted. We could put those definitions in the policy if that gives you more comfort and would make it more clear and transparent.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to Deputy Vole for
Sure.
the motion.
Okay, so we're sticking with number 2. And I think we're going to go with the word refinement because that's where we might fit the definition of filming in there for consideration. Obviously, there might be some options there. So we're definitely going to explore existing bylaws. And so I would say it's very similar to what is written with a couple of tweaks. The council direct administration to proceed with the policy refinements and explore amendments to existing bylaws, including community standards bylaw, and provide options for a public consultation. Right. And fee structure.
Okay. So we got that. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Carr, you kind of insinuated that you think it might be easier to get some public input before you go to any work on this. Is that what you said?
No, I was just wondering whether you wanted me to get the feedback from the industry and everybody before we go through doing a bunch of amendments to bring back to you.
Right, that's
because
what I meant. Yeah, like I just don't know the order, Deputy Reeve-Ohl, that you are anticipating this, because it sort of seems like amending policy and getting public opinion, like what order is that going to happen in?
Can I make a suggestion? If we're doing public consultation and we're bringing back to you what public consultation will look like, the refinements are minor, so we can have that done anyway, but we'll deal with that as when we sit down and go, this is what we see public consultation looking like. This is the kind of feedback we are looking for, and it will give you a better idea. The actual minor refinements before you're not approving anything, I don't think, before the public consultation anyway. So we'll bring back what we see that you've asked, but we'll show it to you in this is what the consultation will look like.
Okay, thank you.
I think it will be clearer that way, but.
Okay, so we're all clear on the motion? No. Okay, so option 2, direct administration to proceed with policy refinements, not framework, and explore amendments to existing bylaws, including the community standards bylaw, to address nuisance-related concerns and provide options related to public input and consultation, and fee structure. So all that will come back to us. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, sir. And I quote, Foothills County has earned a reputation across Canada as one of the most film-friendly regions in the province. That reputation was not accidental. It was built through years of collaboration, predictable processes, and a clear understanding of the economic value this industry brings to rural communities. With that, I'll close comments. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McHugh.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just speak in opposition to the motion on the floor. Tweak, have administration come back with plan for public consultation. That's where I'm at. Thanks.
I thought that's very similar.
Well, also, there's minor amendments to the policy that's in front of us now that can be made. Next step is public consultation on what is being discussed today. So I'm in opposition to the motion on the floor. Just go to public consultation. The motion would be for administration to come back to council with a public consultation strategy for the policy and framework tweaked with today's conversation so we can get this out to the public and get comments from the public.
So the only difference is that you're suggesting not any bylaw amendments or the fee piece. Otherwise, you're talking the same thing.
All right.
Okay. Do we need more conversation? Deputy Revol.
Sure, I think the amendments that were suggested were friendly to make it more clear as to where we're heading, the direction we're heading. And I think without those amendments, it might not be clear the direction that the council had discussed today. So I think the refinements and existing bylaw definition that was included in that and just giving us the full picture says, yeah, we want this, or we can make a decision at our next meeting, what's going to go out to public at that point. So I think I don't think it's a lot of work. It'll come back to us and they'll give us the information we're looking for from today. Thanks.
Okay, before we get anything else going on, all those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, where are we? I guess we need a few people to come and join us. Let's go to B10 because we can start that while other people come and join. B10, Pritis Community Association Stampede Breakfast, request for parking on MR, page 51 of our agenda. This is Deputy Reeve Ole.
Thank you. This is a recurring event that's happening every year. And the request before us comes from the Pritis Community Association in regards to their summer Stampede breakfast. In order to accommodate the volume, which was over 700 last year, great outcome of that event, there needs to be a bit of parking. So we have a location in the hamlet, which is a municipal reserve, which has been prepared over previous years with mowing before the event and opening the gate and allowing that from the county, giving that permission. So the motion before us today is that we would accommodate that for July the 5th, 2026, and that would authorize agricultural services to prepare and that the gate be opened and it be used for parking during the event. So I would make that request and propose that motion.
Okay, so the motion is as presented on page 51 of our agenda there, that we authorize the MR parcel use. Any questions, comments? All those in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B11. We have, yeah, come on up. Manager, Director Hammond, page 53 of our agenda, second and third reading.
Good afternoon, Council. I was hoping Drew would go before me. I'm here to request for a second and third reading on the mill rate bylaw that we saw last week. And yeah, I'll be happy to answer any questions if Council has any.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. I have a few questions. Number one, and you don't have to answer, I don't know whether to get you to answer, I'll just ask you all of them and then you can answer. Okay, one at a time. So number one, I was just curious on page 16 of the bylaw, on the second under other, designated industrial property. I was just curious what that was.
So through the chair to Council, that's a requisition that, and again, the assessment department will be given an update or will be given a report to Council very soon, and they can explain that further because they know the terms and the terminology and exact. But it's a requisition. I think it's linear requisition that a province. It's one of the provincial requisitions, similar to school education and RCMP. So the province sends us the assessment and then we collect and pay to the province, I think. DIP, designated industrial property. Sorry. What was that?
Maybe, can you just start answering your question again?
Yeah, so the question I think is on what designated industrial property is. And I'm saying it's a requisition from the province. It's a provincial requisition. So we collect and pay back to the province. Yeah.
Okay, second question. Okay. I believe that from what I've been able to figure out here, the bylaw may be worded incorrectly because the numbers there appears to be some discrepancy. So in the preface, under, I think, the third whereas, it says that the balance is 88,877,620. But, so that's on page 15 under the third whereas. But on the page 16, when you add up numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, those are my numbers, sorry. It adds up to $88,842,280, being a difference of $35,340. But I stand to be corrected, but that's just from my understanding of the total under the general municipal, then the other, then the ASFF, and then the Christ the Redeemer separate school portion.
Through the chair, you're absolutely right. That difference is the minimum tax levy and the local improvement levy that we don't include in this.
Minimum tax levy?
And a local improvement from decades ago that we're still collecting, that we still have to collect. It's about 35 or 35 or 30. That's the difference, yes.
I don't quite understand that, but as long as you're aware of that, okay.
Yep.
Okay, third question. Sorry, math wasn't my strong suit, so
absolutely.
It's not my default to my brain, sorry. So under, okay. The first two, general municipal, it's residential and farmland are separated, but then when you go down to the schools, the residential and the farmland are combined. And okay, it would seem that somewhere there is $70,000, $70,640 sort of lost in those two. Seems to be under the RCMP and the seniors requisitions. So a difference of, yeah, $70,640. So when, so that's adding up. When you add up, yeah, when you add up the residential and farm, you get 10,758,800, 118. And then anyways, do you follow me there? Sorry, that's not very
Sorry,
clear.
You
Yeah,
you lost me there.
I know, sorry. I'm trying to remember what I was trying to tell you here. Anyways, there is a difference there as well. So, yeah. So, yeah, there was those differences that were pointed out, so.
Perhaps if we knew exactly what. I'm having a hard time because you got different page numbers than me. So if we knew exactly what numbers are added up
Okay.
versus one
It
versus the other.
was, okay, it was under ASFF. The 9,698,963,127.
Oh, you're talking about the assessed values.
Yes, under the assessed values, yes. And then under, right across from under Christ the Redeemer, residential and farmland, 1 billion, sorry, 9 billion. And that was the previous one, 1 billion. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there are billions. This is billions. 9,698,000. And then the other one under residential farmland is 1,050,000. Anyways, the under the assessment there, that adds up to 10,758,184. And then there's a difference there of 70,000 when you go up to the top one, when you add up on the two assessments under general municipal. Yeah, there's a difference there. When you add up under general municipal, under residential and farmland, under assessment, residential is 10,621,000, and then the farmland is 137,000. When you add those up, you get 10,758,254,9,890. And so then, but when you add up and the bottom there under the schools, you get the 9 billion and the 1 billion. There's a difference of 70,640. Sorry, I have it all kind of mapped out there, so I know what I'm talking about, but there is a difference there.
I'll have to see that these are
Yeah.
assessment values. These are not the dollars are, but the assessed values. I'll have to see what you have there.
Yeah.
But just so you know, M&E or machinery and equipment does not have school requisitions in them.
Yeah, no, this isn't under the, it's not under the machinery and equipment. It's, it's the residential and the farmland. The two of those added up does not add up to under general municipal, under that one. There's a $70,640 difference.
Okay, I'll be happy to look at that.
Okay.
Is there more?
I think that was all.
Okay. So I guess we'll look forward to an answer on that math differential.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that. I can't see it here, but I'll have to look at that.
CO Payne?
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify on the first question about DIP or designated industrial property. Where you see that in here, it's a requisition that we collect on behalf of the province. And that money is intended to provide funding for the provincial assessment branch. So for any provincial assessment, that's done by the provincial assessors. And they collect a fee from all of the municipalities that's based on the assessment value of designated industrial property. And that's where you see that 55,595. So that's our 2026 requisition amount to pay our share of the provincial assessment cost is the simplest way to describe that. And just an example of a designated industrial property, Cargill would be an example of something that would have quite a bit of designated industrial as part of their operation.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? So do we want to provide second and third, or do we want to wait for those answers? I'm guessing you could probably come up with the answers within a fairly short amount of time on that one.
Sure, I can.
Or do you want to
look at it and I have to see what she's got there, but.
Okay, Councillor Kendall?
Yeah, I just, I cannot vote in favor of this at the moment with the bylaw being written with possibly, incorrect amounts there. So that was the basis of my comments.
Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break? I think we could all use a bathroom break and have a little Welcome back. Let's carry on. Are we ready to proceed with our second and third of tax rate bylaw? I'm going to go to Councillor Kendall. Are we okay to proceed with the tax rate bylaw, second and third?
Yeah,
Did you-
go ahead.
Okay. So any further questions on our second and third reading of B11 tax rate mill rate bylaw?
Between readings.
So we have first reading. Deputy Vole, did you?
Between readings.
Okay. So I look for a motion for second unless there's something further. From Councillor Estes. Nothing further? All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. And I look for third reading. Are you? Deputy Reeve Ole?
Sure. I just wanted to mention that when appropriate, I do have a motion arising that I'd like to ask for, but the third reading has to take place first if that is appropriate and if that would be acceptable at the appropriate time. I'd like to just mention that now before the vote takes place. Thank you.
Okay, that would be in relation to the,
In relation to this matter.
okay. So that was not a motion for third then?
No.
Anybody want to give that motion for third reading on our mill rate bylaw? Councillor Alger, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Deputy Vole, you have a motion arising?
I do. Thank you for your consideration. I would just like to request that a letter be written and sent from Foothills County to the government of Alberta, including the premier and whomever ministers or local MLAs, to express our concerns about the huge education increase placed on property and business owners, and request that they consider a more equitable solution and other management and mechanisms in order to achieve the taxes they need to collect, or even consider what they're putting upon us in terms of education and policing. So I would just like to ask if council would consider writing a letter of concern to the province in relation to the very high rate that we have now imposed upon our residents.
Okay,
Thank you.
I think
So
that's,
I would make that motion.
you'll make that motion? Okay, I think that's well understood. That'd be in relation to the 15% increase this year in school requisitions and 20% last year. We have that motion. Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I can support the motion. I'm just trying to think of what the solution is we can offer to go along with that. It's related to the Alberta Advantage, I guess, and the population explosion. So how do you even that out? So are we unfairly hit? Did another region, do you do this? Like Foothills is supposed to potentially be getting a school in Okotoks. So I'm just kind of putting it out there. What is there a solution to go along with this? It seems like have we been fair? Is it all infrastructure, or is it more? Is it due to on the school side? Is it raises to administration and teachers, or is it just capital expenditures due to the fact that we have to expand so many schools? So then is it possible to put that burden on the areas that are receiving more schools? Should their taxes be higher? I'm just throwing that out there. Like I can support writing a letter, but the reality is we've just had a population explosion and now we got to catch up somehow.
Deputy Reeve Ole?
Well, thank you for that. I think we could start a draft and maybe tweak it, but I've been chatting with a lot of people, other municipal officials and so on, and there's really great creative ideas going on there. And one is users pay. I don't know how you figure that out, but in terms of our recommendation to them, it could be other management and other mechanisms, such as overall taxpayers as opposed to landowners. I know that's been a time immemorial question, but some have suggested they collect their own taxes. Some have suggested that it be over all taxpayers as opposed to just landowners, and that there might be some other solutions coming in, especially because of the ballooning amount, the escalating amount, and it being based on increased population. So there's a lot of ideas are floating around, and we just like them to consider something, whether it's effective or not. I just think we should make a statement that we're concerned because our citizens are going to see a similar increase as per last year, and it's getting unsustainable from what we're hearing from our residents. Thank you.
Councillor Callister? Oh,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm support of the letter idea, as I've also heard from a couple of residents about the pending increases. The budget that this is all based on was on $60 oil too. So now we've got $81 oil. Theoretically, 74 is a break even, so we should be having a surplus now in revenue to the province. I know they're not going to redo a budget just because the oil fluctuated, but I think that they might be able to, I mean, anyways, I am supportive of the letter and to beg some reprieve.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I got to go back to that for a second. So if you're a renter, you're not paying any land taxes, so you're not paying any school taxes? So then they would, the landlord pays the rent.
He doesn't pay it directly, instead he pays it indirectly.
Okay. I don't know if is there a difference in the rates then? Okay.
No, mill rates are mill rates regardless. Okay, so you have that motion from Deputy Revol. Nothing further. I'll call a question. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, I think that was all for you, Director Hammond, except I guess I had some enclosed. Okay, we're just going to go to item B9 while we have Planner Granson with us here. Oh, while you're getting set up, Councillor Estes, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I'm just wondering if I could finish off a motion for B12, transfer station garbage fee.
Okay, yes, thank you. That was the motion. Or did
I'd
you have a
like to
motion?
make a motion that we review transfer station garbage fee upon return of council in September as part of the regular fee bylaw review.
Okay, so we made the motion earlier, first reading to the amendment. So just so I'm clear, Deputy Revol was going to come back. I forgot there was a secondary motion to that. Is this that same?
It is similar, but it's
Similar.
Excuse me.
Okay.
If you're asking, yes, it's the same content. It was to review the fee the next time we look at the fee bylaw. I think that was the intent.
Okay. Perhaps can you just say it again?
Okay.
For us, please?
I would like to make the motion to review the transfer station garbage bag fee upon return of council in September as part of the regular fee bylaw review.
Okay. CO Payne, can I just, so we got two things in there. We got the month and the fee bylaw review. Will those two automatically be the same, or do we need to just? Okay, so we're not going to have the September there. We're just going to have it when the fee bylaw comes back. Okay. Everybody understands the motion? I think we got her. All in favor? Motion carries. So just, I'm gonna go back to Deputy Reeve Ohl, so that covers the item that I missed to come back to you on. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Deputy Director Granson. City of Calgary, Foothills County Annexation Negotiation Committee, bylaw, second and third reading, page 42. Take it away.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, council members. So yes, we're just looking for second and third reading for bylaw 11/2026 for the establishment of the Annexation Negotiation Committee between the City of Calgary and Foothills County. I will just note that the City of Calgary granted 3 readings and appointed their members on March 31st. They have councillors Dan McLean, Mike Atkinson, Mike Jameson as committee members, as well as an alternate, Landon Johnston, and have appointed Councillor Dan McLean as co-chair. And on March 25th, Foothills County Council had appointed Reeve Seward, Deputy Reeve Ohl, and Councillor Alger as members. Excuse me, and Councillor Callister as the alternate, and Deputy Reeve Ohl as the co-chair. So today we're just looking at granting second and third readings to establish that committee as a committee of council. I do have one scheduling question once we've kind of made that motion.
Okay. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the acknowledgement of the March 31st City of Calgary decision, I have no issues and happy to give you a motion for second.
Okay, got that motion for second reading. Councillor Alger, anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. And third. From Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. Back to you, Mr. Granson. You had something further?
Yes, thank you. So the intermunicipal committee for City of Calgary and Foothills County is currently scheduled to meet on May 15th in the morning. It was previously discussed at the intermunicipal committee when they decided to recommend the establishment of an annexation negotiation committee, that the ANC would convene on that May 15th meeting date. So we are just looking at, while we have you, confirming whether that date works for you. The city has indicated that they, given that it is the long weekend, they'd like to finish up by 1 o'clock at the latest. So we'd be looking at a morning meeting to try to get both the intermunicipal committee as well as the annexation negotiation committee to meet. That first meeting won't be incredibly intensive. We're thinking an hour to kind of do introductions, go through expectations for upcoming meetings, things like that. And we are hosting it here, yes.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah, we have a few different committee members between that intermunicipal committee and the annexation negotiation committee, so.
Sorry, what time was the annexation negotiation expected?
The intermunicipal is penciled in for 12 till noon, I believe. But sorry, 10 till noon. So we could look at starting it a little bit earlier, either 9 till 11, and then have the annexation negotiation 11 till 1 or 11 till noon, however long it takes. We're still working on the agenda. We haven't finalized the agenda, but we're thinking less than 2 hours for the intermunicipal and then potentially an hour. Yeah. Yeah. An hour for each is probably reasonable, but yeah.
I had thought that would be in the afternoon because that was my understanding. I do have a morning commitment till noon.
Okay.
Is it? Sorry, just not in Calgary?
It's here.
It's here. Yeah, I could be here by noon.
So noon, ANC from noon till 1. Request that. Okay.
So 10:30 for the start and then you don't.
Yeah, we'll confirm the agenda items and see if we want to keep the intermunicipal committee from 10 till noon and then ANC noon till 1. Or if the intermunicipal agenda is looking short, we could start later. Go 11 till noon and then noon till 1 potentially.
That works for everybody else? Not on the IMC,
No.
just the annexation.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay.
we got
I'll
her.
provide that feedback to the city. Thank you.
That was all you needed from us?
That's all I need. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, why don't we go into close to deal with our items with our manager of information technology while we have him here? So I'd look for a motion to go into closed. Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you and welcome back. A few items. We have the renewal of Microsoft services as was presented to us by Manager Jacobson. We have a motion coming out of that, I believe was Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will give you that motion to authorize administration to renew its Microsoft services through CDW Canada and Canoe RFP.
Okay, we have that motion. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. Next one was the cybersecurity. Recommendation is award that to Arctic Wolf Canada. Deputy Lowell,
I will make that motion.
make that motion. Okay. All in favor? Motion carries. Councillor Kendall, you had one as well.
Yes, I would give you the motion to, for the to have the revise the organizational chart as discussed in our previous closed session. Thank you.
Okay, we got the motion. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. That leaves us to D1, hasty. Northwest 25, second and third reading, page 90 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. This is a development, excuse me, we are looking for second and third reading on bylaw 01/2026. Would rezone 40-acre portion of the subject property within Division 1 from agriculture to direct control 27, which is the major home occupation district, to allow for the future operation of an equine retreat center as a home-based business type 3. All conditions imposed at first reading of this bylaw have been met. And as I stated, we are requesting second and third reading. Council will see the development permit for this application shortly.
Thank you. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall this, and I recall the applicant was quite ecstatic that we gave first reading, and I was the one that made that motion. I'm happy to give you the motion for second.
Thank you. I will take that motion and just comment. I'm satisfied with it. I think everything is looked after and looking good. So we have the motion for second reading from Councillor Alger, and I don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. And third reading, Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to D3, Turner. Director Hemingway.
Thank you. This is an application that council reviewed in November of 2025. So all members of council are able to consider it. And there's a request by the landowner, this is in Division 1, to amend the site plan to change some conditions. His desire to maintain all 11 structures on the parcel. This is a 9.9 acre country residential district parcel. These are all existing structures. And council had suggested originally that they would be brought down to 7 accessory buildings. Council also requested that only one, the policy is such that only one approach to the parcel can remain, and the applicant is requesting to keep 2. They've slightly revised the site plan. You can see that at the top of page, well, mine is 107, but I think others ones are different. And the new site plan is outlined in red. You can see it's just a bit of a funny shape. So we have an approach to the balance that maintains to the balance of 562 Avenue, and an approach to the parcel plus a smaller field approach that goes right to into the yard site. So we are looking for council's consideration to remove the conditions. We've actually written them. So they've provided the revised site plan. He'd like to keep the approaches, the two existing approaches, and he'd like to keep 11 accessory buildings, not including the dwelling. So those are conditions that are highlighted in bold under the land use approval conditions under 3I and 3II. The applicant is requesting those to be removed.
Okay, thank you very much. This is in Division 1. I don't recall why we were looking at getting all the buildings removed other than to the requirements in land use bylaw. It's kind of in a, weird area of the county. It's not surrounded by a bunch of other small parcels and probably perhaps never will be or a very long ways away. So I don't really have a concern with all of the buildings. I don't really have a concern with the second approach either. I'm guessing Public Works has no concern with the additional approach. It's just a
Just doesn't.
policy thing.
And I would suggest non-conforming. They're not new buildings. Oh, not eventually they'll go away.
Okay.
No.
So Director Hemingway, in terms of process, so we've given first reading. So before us today is an amendment to the conditions.
Yes, we provided you with suggested for option 1 approval. Council has no objection to the request to allow 11 accessory buildings on the proposed 9.9 acres and to allow for all existing approaches to remain. And we've illustrated what the changes to the conditions would be there.
Okay. And so this is not second and third. That will come out.
No, we're not ready for second and third.
Okay. Anybody else? So the options are on page 108 of my agenda. Councillor McHugh.
So I was just looking at the approaches. That one furthest east. We're not asking that to be. I don't know, it'd be no rationale provided why he wants to keep this second approach. Have I got that right?
It goes into the garage.
Anybody else or a motion?
Just one.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, I'll move this forward with the motion to approve the proposal before us. We're just 0.1 of an acre off from meeting our policy. And then the non-conforming aspect that has been captured on our proposed conditions for option 1, page 108.
Okay, so we have that motion for approval. I don't see anything else. Counselor. Option 1, approval. So we're amending the conditions of the buildings, the approach, and the size. Okay, I will, Councillor McHugh.
I'm trying to remember back to the discussion, but it sounded to me like some of those buildings, I don't remember there being opposition from the landowner on removing the buildings unless someone else recollects. I'm trying to remember. I thought that the applicant was in agreement to remove 4 of the structures.
I believe he was. I believe he's changed his mind.
Yeah, and I'm in favor of changing my mind on second reading. Thanks.
Well, we're not asking for second reading right now.
Okay. Okay. That helps. Direct.
Yeah, that
would come in second reading. Okay, so we have the motion to approve from Deputy Reeve Ohl. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. D4, Caliper Forest Products, southwest of 17, page 126 of our agenda. Back to you, Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. In Councillor Kendall's division, there are some direct control parcels. We call this the Diamond Valley Industrial Area, and it's just going great guns. It's kind of exciting. So we now have an application to develop a parcel on there whereby it is a wood products. So lumber storage and distribution. They don't sell, clients don't, they come to the parcel to pick up some, but mostly they deliver directly from the parcel. They're looking to construct my square footage for you properly. They're looking to construct a 2,400 square foot shop, 2 4,600 lean-to structures with a relaxation of setbacks for one of the lean-tos and for the relocation of an existing 5,100 Quonset for temporary use on the property. And they'll be doing industrial storage and warehousing, industrial manufacturing and processing, and an office. They are asking for council's relaxation of the parking requirements to authorize 22 parking stalls for the operation. They don't believe that they need the 32 parking stalls that are required under the land use bylaw. And they're also asking for a relaxation of setbacks to authorize a setback of 30 meters, 30.6 meters from the center line of 168th Street for the easternmost lean-to, and Public Works has indicated no concerns with respect to that.
Okay, this is in Division 3. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it is nice to see that little area being utilized and some industry and entrepreneurship happening in the Diamond Valley area. So yeah, I could not see anything to object to here as long as the planning and development departments were okay with everything, which it sounds like they are. I would give you that motion.
So option 1, approval is the motion. So we can just clarify item 1, 2, 3. So 1 is authorizing the development officer to act as the development authority with respect to reviewing information submitted by the applicant and accepting those conditions. Are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay. And number 2, the parking stalls.
Yeah, I mean, they're asking for less, I think I heard you say. So yeah, I mean,
They're still going to put 22 in.
Yeah.
So that's quite a bit.
Yeah. But it sounds like they have that many employees. It's because it's not really customers that are using the parking stalls. It's more for their employees. So they're obviously an employer in the area. So we want to support that.
Okay, so that's for 22.
Yeah.
Okay, and then number 3, front yard setback.
Sorry. So they were asking for a relaxation? Is that? Yeah.
They're asking for a relaxation to authorize a setback of 30.6 meters from the center line of 160 Street West to the easternmost lean-to accommodate storage, screening, and site circulation.
And you didn't see any issues with that?
No concerns with that.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have any issues with that because that is just all industrial direct control in that whole area. So.
Okay, so we have that motion for approval. I don't think there was anything else specific we need to talk about. Any questions, Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I struggle with the relaxation on the parking. These, like, it looks like the site is big enough. I think they should accommodate it. Too many times we see these lumber yards expand and grow and they're smashing success and then they don't have enough parking. So I don't know that I understand the rationale for the ask for reducing the parking requirement. I guess I would look for the development authority for maybe a little bit of a more comment on the parking situation.
So they've indicated they have 6 employees on site. And of course, they do have pickups and quite a bit of site circulation needs for outdoor storage of wood. And they feel that customers don't come typically to the site, they deliver to the site. So they don't feel they need any more than 22. They should feel that's sufficient. There is quite a bit of open space still remaining on the site. If they do find that they do expand, increase employees or have direct customers come to the site, then I would suggest they would likely want to increase their parking. Yeah, but there'll be room if they do expand, in which case they'll need a development permit for you to come in.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. The other thing I see is that when the Quonsit's removed at the end of the lease from the owner or the user of the Quonset, that's going to free up a lot of space too. Maybe there's more parking in a lot of places.
There's lots of places.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the motion for approval from Councillor Kendall. I don't see anything else. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, that takes us to accounts. Questions, comments, a motion. Councillor McHugh. Anybody else with questions on accounts?
Well, I think I can get to the one, What I'm looking for in particular was for, well, let's start with IQ Water Incorporated. What is, the question is what are those? So they're effluent mixture charges. So that was 32058. Three two zero 58.
See how smart the water. IQ water, like it's pretty simple. How smart is the water?
5 kilomètres, qu'est-ce que c'est? Yeah, talking heads. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. So now I forgot. I don't have my other sheet here, so I don't have my notes.
So this is testing the effluent and irrigation water mix at Hawks Landing and Pritis Greens, where they're using that mix to irrigate. So I assume, and I wish Dion was here so that someone with that expertise could explain it, but there is a mixing of effluent and irrigation water that's put onto the golf course for irrigation purposes. This would be ensuring that all limits are within regulated values.
So then
I don't know what those values are, though. That's just not my,
well, I'm not
not
worried,
my cup of tea.
not worried about the values. I guess it's the frequency. Like how often do we have to do this? So this is every time they have to do so is this an annual thing? In the storage ponds?
Is it twice a year?
They can only do it certain times with the fish.
And why don't I get that answer from council and send it out in an email, just so you're aware of how often this billing will be coming across?
And that one gets billed back to them anyway, so I'm not worried about that. So we'll go to 32062 and let's go to Kink Solutions Limited, K&K Solutions Limited. And I don't remember this one coming to us for RFP, but this looks like the installation of Starlink into Scott Siemens, and it looks like we did fiber. So I'm kind of like, well, why did we do fiber with Starlink? Why didn't they just go routers? And I don't know, it didn't cost me $7,447 to do my Starlink installation. So it looks like the Starlink system was $2,000 and the installation was 4,400, something like that.
It looks pretty close to that. There's some rack and cabling as well, and the invoicing costs. It's not broken out in detail, though. My understanding, though, is that we had an agreement temporarily with Foothills School Division to have a connection to the school to utilize their fiber and their internet at Scott Seaman Sports Rink. That's no longer allowed, so we've had to find our own solution. And I believe there's not fiber that we can access. This was the old. So those two schools are both on the fiber, and I can't remember. I bet you Deputy Reval remembers who was pre-Axia.
And then there's some Bell stuff.
Yeah, so it was a project anyways that the province did to connect up all the schools and institutional uses. We don't have access to that anymore, so that would be the reason we're looking for Starlink now, or we're using Starlink now rather than.
Okay, so is that to take the fiber out, or like I'm not with Starlink, I don't understand why they wouldn't be doing Wi-Fi routers. So it looked to me like they were doing fiber and yeah, so I don't understand the fiber installation.
Yeah, and that's another one I can email council if
Well, Starlink satellite, you just put it on the roof and run the wire in for the router and you're done. It's Wi-Fi. Anyway, a little more clarification around that one. 032064 Save XLP gas. What Atco shack have we got 3 miles south of High River? 32064 is for an Atco shack 3 miles south of High River. Is that the airport?
About the location, but.
Dumpers too.
has to be the airport because I mean the description is 2.5 nautical miles south. No. Atco shack. Yeah, and this one I can
because
bring
that's not
back to council as well, but they're saying it's propane.
Yeah, so they're not our typical supplier.
Truck 140 propane.
And
No,
then
this one I can
came out
bring
of
back
West
to
Bridge.
council too and send you some information on it.
All right, that's all we got this week. Thank you very kindly.
Okay, that's all the questions. We got a couple items that we can get some details on. Anybody else? Councillor McHugh, was that a motion to approve the accounts? No, okay.
Might have looked at all.
Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Minutes. We did have a minutes were passed out this morning, paper copy. Any questions, comments, or a motion?
Motion approved minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. Final item is committee reports. Councillor Kendall, did you want to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For just a little change of pace, I only have one committee report this week, and that was a very short Zoom meeting with the Leighton Center people last night, and they have appointed a new, I think she's like a director, I don't know exact title. And so I'm looking forward to meeting her soon. We're going to arrange a little get together, but no real updates from the Leighton Center. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had no committees last week. Nothing to report.
Councillor Elger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only one official duty was the West Wind's Long Service Awards dinner at the Ridge Restaurant last Friday night, and we represented 8 staff that had between 5 and 20 years of service with West Wind's communities. And as always, a great group of people, and we had a lot of fun. And unofficially, the Winton Community Association yesterday, again, they thanked the county for the sweeping of the parking lot, and we're ongoing discussions about Canada Day breakfast. And we're excited about, as I mentioned, I think last week, that we were successful in our CFIP grant for the roof, which also kicks in the DRB funds, which I see is in the bills and accounts this week. So we're ecstatic. I believe the first week in May, we're slated to get that roof done just before the wedding season. And just speaking of the wedding season, we had a cancellation in the 2nd of August, I believe is that Saturday. That is, let me double check that. 1st of August. We have an opening. Anybody knows? Short term that somebody wants to take that. Yeah, anybody wants to get married on August 1st, the community association has an opening, which is very rare. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve.
Do you come with the prospect? There you go. Well, that's good news. A couple of reports, just an official meeting with the Foothills Regional Emergency Services Commission, and secondly, Emergency Advisory Committee meeting. So that one was on the 16th, the other on the 20th. And then just quickly on the agenda, just looked at emergency actions, plans and program updates, training and upcoming training, and what may be the snow or other risks related to the upcoming spring. That's everything. Oh, and I just want to remind everybody on the 24th, we have at 11 a.m. the AUC engagement related to this standardized setback that they're discussing. That's an online meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. For myself, Emergency Advisory Committee meeting, really nothing to report there. Ag Service Board Provincial Committee, just a few things. We met with Alberta Transportation, Manager of Engineering for the province, or Director of Engineering. A number of topics we covered with him. Signage on highways, we had a long discussion about that, just because there was a resolution from a couple of years ago related to signage. So Alberta Transportation is seeing signage as a not a place to spend much money on, because nobody pays attention to signage anymore. It's just a change in how we function as a society with our digital components. Everybody is looking elsewhere other than signs for their information. So yeah, it was an interesting piece that they don't see much value in signage anymore, and perhaps something for us to take forward as well, because if they're seeing that lack of value in signs, we need to be mindful of what we're doing for signs to make sure that they're not being overused. We talked about rats, so there is sounds like some work being done on updating the Alberta's rat program. The rats coming into Alberta now are not typically the Norway rat like they were in the past. For the last 20 years, they've become more the roof rats, and oftentimes coming out of BC. So just with a number of trucks going back and forth, because we don't really have much in the way of homegrown rats in Alberta, because we are technically a rat-free province. They're all hitchhiker rats that are coming in. But there is concern about some of our landfills. Rats can hide out in there for quite a long while, and they can do some breeding. And so that's why there is a need to update our rat control program. And Alberta Transportation is a piece of that. Roadkill carcass disposal. So that was a resolution from a couple of years ago we talked about. Alberta Transportation and a few other government agencies are just pointing the finger back and forth on that one. But in terms of what does the Highways Department do with roadkill when they pick them up, we are fortunate our landfill does take roadkill, whereas other jurisdictions do not, all across the province. And it is a disease vector, so there's some concern there. Vegetation management plan, the provinces with our highways, they're looking at updating that. I believe the current one expires, I think he said next year, if I recall. So the cost of vegetation management on Alberta Transportation highways is a significant concern to the province. the guy's word in terms of what it's going to look like going forward. He said it is going to be ugly. So it just sounds like there's going to be significant cuts in terms of how they're managing vegetation. This is an item that really needs to be watched because that can easily be a weed and disease hotbed when if transportation waits to do all the mowing until everything's gone to seed, and then the seed spreads for 2 miles rather than dealing with it when it should be dealt with, as some jurisdictions have seen. There are some municipalities in the province that actually have an agreement with Alberta Transportation, and the municipality does all the vegetation management. So just something to keep in mind. PMRA, the Pest Management Regulatory Agency, is now the PRD, Pest Regulatory Directorate, rather than an agency. I don't yet have an answer in terms of what the difference actually is, but we'll get that. We'll leave it at that. Ag Service Board Provincial Committee. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. I only had the one meeting, the Emergency Advisory Committee meeting, and not a whole lot out of that other than a few predictions that drought's going to be high in the east, moderate in the west. There's double the snowpack on a few of the local mountains from last year, still early yet. And that there'll be some training possibly in October, the fire personnel training train, putting out fire on trains, and we're allowed to go and view. But I do have one other thing was the grass and not looking after the roadside. That would also be a fire hazard too, wouldn't it? Okay.
For sure. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So double the snowpack from last year gets us to average. No committee reports this week. Thanks.
Okay. And CEO Payne, did you have any committee reports or updates?
Yeah, just one really quickly. I would like to show council if I can be let into the Zoom meeting. Just a discussion that was had with the town of High River. Council may recall we had plans to install additional accessible parking stalls out front in the building here. There's only one stall right now, and then there was a temporary stall put sort of across the parking lot. Town of High River's maintenance staff just shared this drawing to show what it will look like in the next few weeks here when they undertake construction. So this curb cutout is already there, provides a ramp and then a marked space. And there will be 2 stalls side by side and then one other shared ramp space in between this stall here and this stall here. 4.5 meters wide, so pretty close to what's there right now. But this will provide 3 stalls in the front parking lot, long past due for sure. And just wanted council to be aware, you may see people out there creating the stalls in the near future here. So if that happens, we'll make sure that there's at least a couple spots for people to park in the meantime while construction's underway. Also had a quick discussion with CAO Prosser last week about the modifications to audio visual in this council chambers. It sounds like the 2 IT departments have agreed on the individual who's providing a scope of work and going to be going out to RFP for us. So my hope is that that work is done sooner than later because the sound is quite awful in here from time to time. So that's all I had though, Mr. Reef. Thank you.
Director Hemingway, anything you had? Right. And Ms. Stanley, nothing from you? I think you do have something.
I do have one thing, Mr. Chair. A reminder to council to answer the doodle poll about the parades. I've received 3 responses. If the rest of you could reply.
Which poll and what?
The doodle poll for the parades.
Did I do it?
Not telling.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. That does conclude our agenda for today. So I'd look for a motion to adjourn. From Councillor Alger, all in favor? Get rested up. Motion carries.